Franklin County Board of County Commissioners are now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, November 7th. It's good to see everyone here this morning. We don't have a long agenda, but we have a lot on the agenda this morning. I thank staff and everyone that helped us get this agenda ready, taking care of the people's business. With that, let's get started. If you would, let's stand. Commissioner Ward, would you lead us in the prayer and pledge, please?
Yes. Lord, we come to you today as we conduct our county business. We pray for everyone in the room. We pray for our community. We pray for our community who's had some losses here recently. We pray for our community members who are sick and under the weather, not feeling well, or who just need your hand and touch today, Lord. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Morone, are there any amendments to the agenda this morning?
The amendment will be, if you notice, Erin is not at her desk, at the chair. She's at her desk, still trying to finish up her report. So
Right.
her report in total will be, I guess, an addition, because you have the outline right now, but the narrative for each item will be, you could consider that an addition if you'd like. If not, since you have the outline, that it just might suffice. The board's
Okay.
call.
Well, the narrative is what's going to be spoken publicly in the meeting anyway.
It will.
So,
You can consider that a change.
okay, so before we move on, do we have approval of the agenda as it's printed?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next is approval of minutes and payment of the county bills.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Next, we're going to move to public comments.
So moved.
All right. Mr. Ron, I don't know which of these are in the room or which are on Zoom, but I have one here for Mr. John Berry.
Okay?
I think he's on Zoom.
Yes, he is.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I hate to bother you with something that's a little trivial, but I just want to give you a little history on something, and that is there is evidently some talk about wanting to move the parking on Chip Morrison Drive from the south side of Alligator Drive to the north side, backing up against the Water Department. In my opinion, that would be a pretty dangerous move, because now any people going to the beach access would have to cross Alligator Drive, and then there would be other infrastructure that have to be put in place. I think they tried that once before. They had to ticket a number of vehicles, and the reason they ticketed those vehicles was because of the fact, I think the Water Department needs 24-hour access to the back of its gates, just so you're aware of it. Also, if they want to have traffic in Chip Morrison, then maybe we county ought to think about opening up that road again. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Ms. Debbie Jordan?
Commissioner, what phone number is on that again? I'm sorry.
1549 are the last four.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling you, Commissioners, this morning regarding the last meeting on October 7th. At one point, Ms. Courtney asked, she said, this next one is for Ms. Sanders, Commissioner Sanders, and asked whether or not she wanted to allow 30, 60, or 90 days to continue up with the fencing issue in the S4 district, which I brought up to the attention of the commission many times. None of the homeowners that got those letters last year or these recent ones were told there was going to be any discussion. Ms. Courtney did say she forgot to add it. I don't know whether she should have added it or whether there should have been a vote to amend it. But the people that received, the 4 people that received letters, I did not have any idea that it was going to be discussed at the meeting. I'm pleading with you again to please have a workshop. Let us speak up. Let the residents of Lanark speak up about what we'd like, because what's going to end up happening is that there are so many violations. The time and talents of the county attorney is going to end up being overwhelmed with dealing with Lanark Village violations. I think it needs some modification and updating. It's old, it's antiquated. Some of the things that are in there are not really the present day in mind. And please, have a workshop. Let the people speak up. I do think you're going to see a great increase in people turning in every violation they can find in the county, and it's going to keep you guys busy. And I think that you have talents that could better be used to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Mr. Morone, this other one,
Mr. Martin?
yes,
Courtney just informed me that he changed his mind. He's gonna put it
Okay.
off until a future date.
okay, that's fine. Well, that's all I had as far as public comments. So now we'll move on to Mr. Howard Neighbors, Superintendent of Public Works.
Good morning, Commissioners. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Good morning, sir.
I've got no action items this morning, but we have still continue on cutting grass and ditches, which is still, it's slowing down a lot, but, in the next couple of months, we're gonna be working on, shoulders and driveways, and we're working on the roads up 65 or Lime Rock Road, putting ditches and fixing them up, so.
That's good. I noticed also in your report that it's not a significant amount, but when you only have 4 or 5 and you double that, that can be significant, that we're getting quite a bit more inmates for inmate labor.
Yeah, we've been getting 10 and 12, but,
Yeah,
which they took them probably for this week,
yeah.
because they found another drop, yesterday, so. Which it seems like once everything starts going good, something happens, so.
I guess the more you have out and about, the more you have
Yep.
chances of something to happen, you know what I
Yep.
mean?
But it's nothing new.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's not.
yes, sir.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns for Mr. Howard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was out with Mr. Howard last week, and we had discussed benches in East Point. There are 5, and this is one of the reasons why I want to bring it up under the sunshine, is because I didn't know, I know we had talked about moving or relocating some of those to the Carabel area, but I wanted to check with you first, Chairman, because they're all in your district. I didn't know if you wanted all of them removed or some of them removed.
The only one that gets used with any consistency and not abused is down closer to the east end, closer to the dollar store area,
Okay.
where you have a lot of residents that are walking or either jogging or, you know what I mean, and they actually use that ditch. Some of them down further, they're not in front of anybody's houses. They're just in front of wooded areas, and they seem to be abused more than anything. So
Okay.
those are the ones I was speaking of.
We
Yeah.
looked at all 5, and I was probably 2 of them, and one of them is, I think, the area you're talking
Yeah.
about. We talked about maybe moving the first 3
Yeah.
and leaving the last 2.
That'd be fine.
Okay,
That's
all
completely
right.
up to you guys.
So we'll do that, Mr. Howard, and I'll get with you on the exact locations. I spoke with some people in the Carabel area,
Okay.
and I've got some ideas of where we can place those
So
3.
so it's the 3 that we looked
So-
at, okay.
The one in front of the old cheap butts.
Yeah, the last
There.
3 to the
Yeah,
east,
and-
okay,
And then the one in front of the restaurant, and then the one in front of close to the bank.
okay.
That's all I have, thank you.
Not a problem?
I have some.
Go ahead.
We've had extremely low tides. I talked to Howard about this yesterday. We've had extremely low tides, and they still need something done down at the S-curve boat ramp on Alligator Point. And what I want you to do, Michael, is you and Howard get with Caleb Brown, see if you can't reach out to DEP, and on these low tides that we're having, see if you can't get some of those the big stuff out of there, Howard.
Yes, ma'am, we looked at
And
it.
maybe put it
The
back
big-
with, I said oyster shell, somebody said, well, how about cutting the tires? I said, Well, what would you rather have? Your tires cut or your axles thrown out with them big old blocks?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
Tires with oyster shells.
you know, I don't see oyster shells cutting somebody's tire that much. Just to reassure the shoreline right there. But, if you can do that,
Okay.
and let's get us an answer on that.
Okay.
And it's real software too, Commissioner, so it'll pack, it's pretty easy, so, the moisture shells will,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Mr. Sheeler,
Yes, ma'am.
are you gonna bring up about the forestry want a permit? Were you gonna bring that up, or have you not done it yet?
I have not received the
Okay.
information officially back from them. All I have is
Okay.
a verbal, and I would prefer it to be something official and in writing.
And before we make a decision on this, I want to have Howard's input to it, because he's the one, that's gonna be having to maintain the roads and all, unless we do something specifically. So we're not gonna be talking about that today.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Howard.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Neighbor?
If no other commissioners, I do.
All right, good.
Commissioners, if you could turn to page 28, very back, it's my report, item number 16. I've asked Mr. Neighbors and Mr. Davis to both present their Christmas and New Year's schedule to you today, because I'd like it to be out there to the public, the county's website, especially Mr. Davis, because of the trash haulers, that's gonna be using the landfill, to kind of get it out there today, make sure the board has no issue with their schedules. Your office next door, which is your administrative services, planning and zoning, and the building department, our dates will be Friday the 22nd and Monday the 25th for Christmas. And then we'll also close on Friday the 29th and Monday, January 1st for New Year's Day. So that's our schedule. Howard has a different schedule, I'm sure Fonda will. And your other offices, Jennifer's here, the library, at some point after today, I'm sure they'll, based on what's discussed here, they'll make a decision to send you their schedule, and we'll post all department schedule, Christmas, New Year's schedule on the website for the public and the business people to know well in advance, so they can make whatever arrangements they have to. So that's my point. I want you guys to also keep in mind, your first meeting in January is January 2nd. So we'll be coming back from a holiday. That might, and I'm looking across at Royce over there, he teases me all the time. That might be one of your shorter meetings, because I'm sure you won't have much department head reports. I myself will be off that week, so the agenda will be made up from 2 days after the meeting you have, the end of December. So you won't have any reports attached to it. I'll ask them to email you their reports if they have one. So it'll be, hopefully it might be held against me. It'll probably be a short meeting, because we're coming right back after a stretch of days off, and, some people taking vacation. So I just want to let you guys know.
Short
that.
meeting might not be too bad. We haven't done that a whole lot, so.
Oh, you're not doing it today, that's for sure.
I don't wanna say nothing, cause we might jinx that.
Yeah, and you probably won't be doing it at the 21st either, so yeah. Yes, you might be owed one, Commissioner, if I could say that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Okay?
all right. Mr. Howard, thank you for everything.
Thank y'all, Commissioner.
We appreciate you and your crew. Mr. Davis, Solid Waste Director, Fonda Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
There's no action item on my report this morning, as you can see. Just want to let you all know we're going to start interviewing this morning at 11 o'clock, so try to get some of these positions that fill, that's vacant.
Okay.
I apologize for not having a confirmed schedule on the holidays, be that we try to accommodate everybody, so landfill will be open.
Yeah. Now, are you needing action from us today concerning a vacant position, or is it?
No, sir, that report, it was accident, we took care of that back in October.
Well, I thought I was having deja vu when I was reading it the other day, but I was like, that's just me.
It's like
Yeah.
solid.
Okay,
Well,
yes.
I'm sorry. A couple of things. One, based on my actions that we might take later today, Mr. Davis may end up with another vacancy here coming the 15th. If I know you guys saw that item of my report. So that's, I guess, next meeting you'll be asking to advertise again for another vacant position, if works out the way I think it will, later
How
on.
how many total positions are you trying to hire currently?
We have one in solid waste. We have two in Parks and Rec, and possible three. So it would be nice if we could go ahead on once you make that recommendation, the board allow me to go ahead on.
This afternoon. It'll probably be after lunch before they get to my.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about if it does go the way we think it's gonna go,
Yeah.
we would include in the motion allowing him to hire.
Advertise for that
Okay.
vacant position. Just
Sounds good.
really be helpful. If you guys are younger than me, you'll remind me sometime, when we get
Here
to
we
that.
go.
So, I also have an action item, that does relate to Parks and Rec. One that really disturbs me to discuss here with the board. It's on page 27, item number 11. Last week, the county received an email from Miss Amy Hobson. She's the Lighthouse Association Executive Director regarding an incident at the St. George Island Beach bathrooms. These are the older bathrooms, not the newer ones. On Saturday, 10/28, a Lighthouse employee, I think it was the women's bathroom, if I remember correctly, on her way to the bathroom, found 3 teenagers that had set fires in the women's bathroom. They ran before anyone was able to take pictures for identification purposes. The staff member was able to put out the fires. Ms. Hobson is asking that the county consider cameras and additional turtle-friendly lighting in the common area around the bathrooms. I can get with Vector Security if the board allows, be another trip down here for him, regarding the camera system, and Ms. Griffith will look at incorporating security lighting as part of an upcoming project. Board action to authorize staff to seek a quote from Vector Security for camera security system for the common area around the beach park, bathrooms, and lighthouse. Now, I'm probably gonna repeat something here that Commissioner Ward has said over and over. We're spending taxpayers' money in sheer willful ignorance. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can here. Come on. Setting fires in the bathrooms.
So they never did find who it was, Michael?
No, Commissioner, because it was just staff. It was a lady who was going to use the ladies' bathroom, I'm trying to say that as correctly as I can, and she walked in, and there they are, I'm like, come on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was raised to always respect people and other people's property, but my back door would be painted red if I did something like that. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. I've been passionate about it before. That's why I want cameras up. People don't like cameras, it's like Big Brother, but it's our taxpayer dollars here. And thank God this employee found that fire, because who knows what could have happened. Somebody could have been hurt, somebody could have been killed.
It's the older wooden building, you're correct. Who knows who was in the other bathroom or whatever.
It's a shame to have to make the motion, but I'll make the motion to authorize this.
Second with comment.
And we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Anderson. Please proceed, sir.
Just for clarification, Vector Security, is this the same one, is this the same company that's running all the boat ramps? I mean, because it seems to me we've got a bunch of different, or we had at one time, we had a bunch of different avenues or companies that were doing that. I'd just like to get it all consolidated under one.
Expressed that to me before, Commissioner, and yes, I'm using Vector as basically like our go-to security camera now. They're the ones that now we can, Fonda, myself, and John can now open our phones and we can see what's going on in Lombardi's now, right on our phones. We have live feed of the cameras. I guess I'm going to have a phone just tied with cameras, because that's what's going to end up happening, because Fonda and I will have feeds of these particular cameras also there. If the board, I'll discuss, I don't like to discuss too much security, but yes, to answer your question, yes, Commissioner. We're trying to centralize so that we have one vendor that we're dealing with to get, so our systems are unified and similar across
I
the
just
board.
think it would move more fluidly if
It
we
would.
consolidate it like that. That was my only concern.
And you're going to see, we'll get to that later this afternoon in my report, but the item before that is about the 2 libraries. Whitney was there when he came down, and then after we left the East Point branch, we then went to behind the Humane Society to the gun range. And the cost is here. I'll discuss with you all one-on-one individually what the security systems are going to do at those locations. But that is Vector to Commissioner Amerson. That also is Vector, yeah.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
It's just a sad situation that we go out there and try to make
Yep.
nice things for the people, and they go in there and do that. I wish they would've found who it was, so they
Yeah,
could
me
have
too.
prosecuted them.
Me too.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, somebody has to know. I'm just gonna.
Well, I mean, to go in there and set fire to a bathroom, that's,
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, is there any other business we need to attend to, Mr. Rowland, that you have while Mr. Davis is here?
Not that I can see. I think I'll let Mr. Davis walk away without costing us any more money. I'm playing.
Mr. Chairman, I have something for Mr. Davis.
Go ahead.
We discussed this previously, but I just want this for the record because I've been approached by people. In Carabel and Wayside Park, there's a big sign to, as you're entering the park to the right. There's a path to the far left of the park that has a little tiny sign. People are utilizing that walkway, that path, and they don't see the sign, or it's not big enough, or they choose not to see it. But I thought maybe we can put that same big sign on both sides, on each end of the park. And I looked on our website to make sure that was in our property, and it is.
Okay.
To make sure that people can see, because people are gonna see a much bigger sign and pay attention to a nice, big, colorful sign than they are some little tiny, small, sign. So if you could look into that, Mr. Davis, I'd appreciate it. Apparently people's not been obeying the ordinances, so I thought having a sign with all the ordinances on it, that way they know what the rules are. That way if something happens and we can say, well, there's a sign that says you can't, you have to pick up your dog's waste and such. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Take care of it.
and
Appreciate it.
you've got something going on over there. They must be doing the, crosswalk.
Yes, they are, I think they are gonna start actually doing the crosswalk, they put the signs up already, but I think their road work's gonna be doing the actual over the road
They
stuff,
put
the
a big
actual
old
lights.
concrete thing in the ground this morning.
Yep.
That's probably catch the rainwater or something.
Which that should have happened in September, but here we are. But hey, better late than never, I say.
They're working.
Yeah,
They
that,
working.
as long as there's progress, it's good. Always good for progress. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Davis?
And just a quick question, as far as the advertisements go, are we getting a good response from applicants?
Yes, sir. If we don't get but one, that's a good response, but,
I'm sorry?
I said, we don't get but one, that's a good response.
Well,
But,
I'm just curious if,
we're gonna interview about 8.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, we had one to decline this morning, but, about 8,
Hey, oh,
yeah.
no, I'll discuss, Indeed really helped, but we'll discuss that later on with,
Okay.
It's much better than one.
Yes. sir.
Yeah.
Now,
What you
can
say,
I
Mr.
ask a question before we move on?
Yep.
Since we've got, it just came to my mind. Now, are we doing this a case-by-case basis, on the hiring? Because we've said felons, he might find somebody that's got a felony record, but he's a good worker, remember y'all? Are we doing that on a case-by-case basis? or-
Yes, ma'am.
We are?
That was a recommendation that came from the labor attorney, and that's the,
So that's the reason why I asked.
yes.
I always like to ask because he may find somebody, they may have something on the record from 16, 18 years old, but they're 45, 50, you know what I'm saying?
It
And
does
they haven't
happen.
done nothing in between. But
It does happen.
I'm just
speaking
making
like
sure
that,
that
but,
Mr. Fonda can hire who he needs to do the job. And all the departments can hire who they need to do the job. And don't hold nobody's past against them.
All right. Mr. Davis, thank you for everything. Thank
Okay.
you for everything y'all do.
Yeah, thank you all.
Ms. Jennifer Daniels, Emergency Management Director, you got a book you can take with you anytime you want to.
I brought that just for you.
That's the whole year's worth, right?
Yeah.
I have 4 action items. My first one is I'm requesting the board's approval and signing of the sub-grant agreement for Hurricane Idalia. We just need this signed to move forward with doing PA.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Please proceed.
My second one is I'm requesting the board's approval and signing of the Web EOC subscription agreement. Web EOC is the software we use during an activation to request resources from like FTEM or from the state or from mutual aid agreements. Everything is ran through the Web EOC program. The state will be purchasing the program, and this is their agreement with us that they're gonna pay for it and we get to use it.
Director Daniels, this software also provides a platform for you to be able to give consistent answers to citizens that are calling into the EOC, correct?
Web EOC is more of an internal platform, but it will allow us to have the information to answer citizens'
Right.
questions when they
Right.
call in. Yes, sir.
Right, okay.
Yes, sir.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward and a second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's also unanimous. Please proceed.
My third one is I'm requesting the board's approval and signing of our fiscal year 2023 EMPG, which is the Emergency Management Performance Agreement, in the amount of $53,922. Each year we are funded partially through state, partially through federal, and partially through you. And this is our federal portion of our funding.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And last but not least, I'm requesting the board's approval and signing of the contracts for the RFP number EM 2023-001, which was the Emergency Planning, Disaster Recovery, and Mitigation Grant Program Services, which was approved at the October 17th, 2023 meeting. The contracts are with the following. Our primary is the Summit Group, our secondary is Metric Consulting, and our third is Elite Business Strategies. And my contracts have been reviewed by the county attorney.
Okay.
That's my next question. So moved to approve.
All right. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, a second by Commissioner Amison. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That's all I have.
That's all you have. I'm glad
all I
that's
have.
all you have. Mr. Rowan, is there anything on your report that we need to discuss while Ms. Daniels is here?
No, I don't think so, sir.
Okay, that's cool. Just wanted to make sure. Commissioners, do y'all have anything for Director Daniels?
Mr. Chairman, we have how many more days? We're done, right?
We're done.
End
Right.
of November.
End of November.
Just a little bit longer. Keep your fingers crossed, knock on the wood, just a little bit further.
But I just want to ask, and carrying on with the tradition, are we storm ready?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
we
all
are
right.
storm
Just want to
ready.
make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
He be proud, Commissioner, he be proud.
Yes, ma'am.
Take over his reins.
Thank y'all for everything y'all do.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. DeWitt Polis, mosquito control?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I don't have any action items this morning. Did want to let you know that we are planning to start our ditch maintenance 1st of December. We're still doing some spraying right now. We didn't spray last night because of the temperature, but then turned around and had some complaints this morning, so they will be running for the rest of the week. And I did hire the full-time position. Finally got that filled after a year. But,
Who'd you hire?
Richard Wade,
Okay.
he's the only one that actually, I had a couple of guys apply. One come out and done an interview, wanted the job, and then texted me the next morning and said, yeah, he didn't believe he wanted it. So,
You don't never know what it's gonna move up to though, you
No.
know?
yeah.
But Mr. Wade's a good guy.
Yes. Mr. DeWitt, what's the update on the drainage ditch for Hickory Dip? Could you explain that? Or-
Yes, sir. I did reach out was able to contact some of the homeowners and went out and done a walkthrough, extensive walkthrough, all through the wood there. Actually, the Hickory Dip ditch is draining.
Yeah.
And as I talked before, the problem is the Daisy Lane where that ditch comes over, that's the one that was filled in, and it ran into the Hickory Dip ditch.
Yeah, the one that's running north and south.
Right.
Yeah.
And at this point, that property is in probate, and I went by and talked to the owner, or to the family. And the lady seemed very willing to work with me on that, but couldn't do anything till it was out of probate.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is it urgent enough that we need to ask some of the other adjacent property owners either for access or an easement or?
Well, I did talk to Miss Noble's husband,
Yeah,
and he said if I need to come in off of Hickory Dip to get to that we could, but we would actually have to still come on to the property that's causing the problem. What it does, it just makes a little corner in there, and
Yes.
that ditch was pushed full of dirt back years ago and created the problem.
Yes.
So it's crossed the back part of this property. So really, there's two access to that,
Right.
and that's, the easiest one would be the homeowner or the property owner, and then the other one is the one off Hickory Dip, which would be through it's pretty much a jungle. But I think she would work with us on this as soon as it's out probate. She seemed like she was very willing to cooperate, because it's gonna dry her property up and the people upstream of that ditch.
but that property you mentioned for Mr. Noble, that would be, that would all have to be cleared out too, though, wouldn't it, coming toward that road?
No, that ditch is running.
is it?
That's all Hickory Dip ditch there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing the way that Hickory Dip ditch
Yeah, it
runs through there, drainage. But I walked the whole ditch, and
Okay.
it was all running.
Okay,
The problem is the one that comes under Daisy Lane, that's
Right.
back, because it was pushed full of sand years ago.
yes,
And it's, everything to the north of that is stopped up.
okay.
But it's probably not more than, I'm gonna say 75 feet
Yeah,
across
it's
the
not
corner.
far.
Yeah, it's not a lot,
far.
but it's backed up everything.
Okay. I just wanted to have that discussion publicly so people would know what's going on with it, because some have asked about it, especially people that live back on Daisy Lane, they're
Yeah.
getting flooded. You know what I mean? But there's nowhere for the water to go.
Mhm.
So, that's all it was.
Okay.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Polis while he's here? Mr. Zewett, thank y'all for everything.
All right,
We
thank
appreciate
y'all.
what y'all do on our behalf,
Okay.
on behalf of the residents.
Y'all need us, just give us a call. Thank you.
We will definitely do it. Mr. Eric Lovestrand?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Eric. How we doing?
I don't have any action items in my report today.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lovestrand? Concern? Mr. Eric, thank you for everything. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a great day.
You too. All right. Ms. Whitney Roundtree, Library Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Well, speaking of fires and cameras,
All right.
as you're probably already aware, a small fire was reported at 11:38 p.m. on the night of October 19th at the Carabel Library. I'd like to thank the resident that was in the parking lot that called that in, Mr. Gray. The fire was promptly extinguished by the Carabel Volunteer Fire Department, and thankfully the fire damage was contained to one small area to the right of the front entry door. The library was closed a day and a half, Friday through Sunday, to allow for disaster cleanup. Dry Bright had to come in and get rid of that smoke smell. We reopened to the public the following Monday. The cause of the fire at this time is undetermined, pending an investigation by the fire marshal. A big reason why that's undetermined is because we do not have adequate camera coverage. One of the cameras is obscured by a tree, another is obscured by a hurricane shutter. So there was some activity there that we think caused the fire, but we just didn't have a good view of it. I know Michael's, there he is.
I went and checked it here, and I wanted to verify something.
Okay, yeah.
That we are, in fact, already starting to get checks from insurance company. We started a process looking for contractors. So, thanks.
All right.
But other than that, we're back to business as usual. Our animal show that was actually scheduled the Friday that we closed for the fire, it's been rescheduled for November 13th, so we hope everyone will come out and see that. We also have the Florida Public Archaeology Network. They'll be hosting a presentation regarding historic cemeteries on November 29th at 11 a.m. at the East Point branch and 2:30 p.m. at the Carabel branch. And the libraries will be closed November 10th and 11th in observance of the Veterans Day holiday. And the libraries will be closed November 23rd through the 25th for the Thanksgiving holiday. And that's all I have for you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone have any questions or concerns for Ms. Whitney?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did go, when I got word of this library incident, I went out and spoke with Whitney, and that was one of the things too that we decided. We realized that we've got a lot of work to do on some of our county-owned buildings in terms of surveillance, remediation, mitigation, some things. So it's good that we're moving forward to make sure that we get those things. So, and I appreciate, all your work and dealing with everything with that and Michael's work with that. And I appreciate y'all keeping me updated to everything that was going on too. I know Whitney and I were on the phone quite a bit that day after it happened. And so, did the books get any smoke damage?
No, thankfully, most of it was contained to the front of the building. The books are fine. The ladies' room, because things haven't been repaired and repainted yet, it still, smells like maybe someone smoked a cigarette in there, but.
Yeah, okay.
It's like I told, I went out there that day too, and it's like I told Whitney, if it wasn't for those people coming down there using the Wi-Fi,
The free
they never would have, the free
So-
Wi-Fi, they would have never found the
Thank
fire.
God they
right.
were there, otherwise it would have been a loss. Yeah,
So
big time.
we were lucky on that.
Yeah.
But in the evenings, you'll see all the cars lined up. Well, you will. I mean, they're using the free Wi-Fi.
Broadband is a thing.
But anyway, I'm just glad it didn't burn it no more than what it did.
Yep. We were very lucky.
Yep, it turned out
Do you
good.
want to bring up the stuff on your report?
Ms. Whitney, thank you for everything y'all do on behalf of the residents. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Ward was asking me about bringing up the proposals now, but I'll just do it this afternoon,
Okay.
because I know we have a number of presentations and updates, so just
Mr. Ted Mosteller,
try to stop talking as much as I can.
interim airport manager.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff.
Morning.
I have no action items. I believe Mr. Michael has some items to come up later in the meeting. I would like to make a particular note in my report to you, thanking Mr. Tom Masher for his helping me in the last few weeks in my time of medical incapacitation. But I'm up and around now, so thank you. Any questions that I could answer?
Mr. Chairman, just can't keep a good guy down.
I'm sorry.
glad you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you had a birthday yesterday, didn't you?
That's right.
Oh.
Somebody told me that.
I mean, you need us to break out in song or anything?
Not necessary. Thank
We
you.
won't ask how old you are, because I've
82.
known you since I was a little girl.
82 years old.
You're still young.
Thank you.
That's right, Mr. Ted.
Well, happy
You're still
birthday.
young.
Yeah, happy
Thank you.
belated birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Mr. Ted.
Closer I get to 80, the
standing
younger
by.
I look.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Ted. We appreciate it.
Don't feel that way, but I'm telling you.
82's a new
Um, Mr. Evan Blythe, ARPC, Franklin 98 project update.
And Commissioners, pay attention to your monitors.
Yep.
Evan has a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. While he's getting that ready, I'll just mention, I don't know if your commissioner sent it, you might have yesterday in your email. They sent out the newsletter we do from the ARPC based on our last board meeting, and it's actually got information about this project he's about to say in it. It should have been emailed to you guys.
Yes, they got it.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, how are y'all doing? My name is Evan Blythe. I'm from the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, and I'm here to provide an update on the Franklin 98 Living Shoreline Project. We are fully funded by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Our project goals are to have 20 acres of inshore reef and 30 acres of nearshore marsh. Our project footprint is between the East Point Breakwater running east and terminating at Yent Bayou. I'm going to give a little bit of project background, talk about our groundbreaking, and talk about next steps. After Hurricane Michael, if you look at the bottom right portion of the screen, you'll notice that up around Gramercy Plantation, we noticed That dock piling was able to slow enough wave energy for that marsh to survive the storm, and behind it was some sediment that had been captured. We're looking to recreate this along sections of the shoreline to protect against the day-to-day chipping and erosion, and as well as after larger storm events, we'd like to see some of that sediment captured. So what we're proposing, or what we have proposed and have begun to install, is a living shoreline, which is a stabilized shoreline consisting of natural elements like rock, marsh, and sand. We are going for the middle caption here, the breakwater, with vegetation behind it. The breakwater slows some of that wave energy and allows the sediment to settle into the marsh where it's captured. Traditional shorelines have been very linear. We're going for a more amorphous look in our innovative layout. It kind of follows the form of the submerged aquatic vegetation or seagrass beds. And there's going to be a marsh inland from this graphic. Here is a nursery that the Franklin Promise Coalition, our local partners, they're cultivating our marsh and then coming out and planting it. This is here in East Point, and it's a pretty beautiful setup that they've got going on out there. On October 9th, we had our groundbreaking event. North Florida Construction with subcontractors Jason White Construction and Coastline Clearing have been on the point. They've been loading limestone material on shallow draft barges, pushing it out to the project areas at high tide, and then using small excavators to place within the reef footprint. They have larger excavators on shore, on matting, so it's not damaging the shoreline, and then they're kind of making sure that everything is falling within the footprint that's been outlined. We have turbidity curtains up so that we're not mucking up the bay, and it's just been a pleasure to be able to work with the local contractors. Here's some photos of that. And this is outside the school on Highway 98. This is some marsh plantings that we have. Right now, we're about to submit our Phase 2, which is consisting of some private landowners. We are not putting this anywhere where private landowners or their neighbors do not want it. This is a voluntary project. I'll be providing my contact information later for those who are interested in hosting a living shoreline. We're expanding our landowner footprint and looking for extended funding opportunities. This is shovel-ready, permitted, and we have the community buy-in and support. So we're looking to possibly expand this over the next couple of years. Here's a quick video from the groundbreaking event. This is the shallow draft barge leaving East Point. I went with the Kubrick approach, so forgive some of the long shots here. But as you can see, those seagrass beds right there, we can only bring these in at high tide, and we're making sure to avoid those. The small excavator behind the turbidity curtain. And we do have an environmental sub out there making sure that they're not mucking things up and that we're staying within the constraints of our permit. All right, here's my contact information. I encourage anybody that's living on Highway 98 in between 9th Street and Yent Bayou, reach out. I'd be happy to come speak with you, your neighbors, or your community. The Homeowners Association at Gramercy Plantation, looking to speak with them. Feel free to reach out. I'm available to come down here on the weekends, evenings. It's not an issue. Want to thank the board and the community partners that we have going on. Very pleased to be able to keep all the contractors local. Everybody working on this is within a 30-mile radius, and that was we really wanted to do that. So thank you guys very much. You have any questions?
Mr. Evan, how long ago did we first start working on this?
This has been about 3 years, sir.
Yeah, it's been a while. It takes a while, and I didn't do that to highlight anything that's been done wrong. It just takes a while to get things in place, we've gotten community buy-in, like you've said a couple of times with this project, because some of it is in front of private property owners. And they're, you know, they're repairing right lines. So,
Yes, sir.
looks good so far.
And this is going to be a great resource for our anglers. Not only does it provide coastal protection, but it's also going to have, benefits for the ecology. And, you'll be able to cast net out there, maybe catch some reds.
Well, I do distinctly remember it was within a month of the ARPC receiving notification of this award on behalf of Franklin County, the FDOT putting their 5-year plan paving from Carabel to East Point. It was like a month later. It was not in their plan until that got approved.
It goes hand in hand.
It goes hand in hand. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, I would encourage any person that lives on the coastline there to shore up their coastline. And I mean, y'all was gonna do it for them, right?
Yeah, and folks even outside the project area, if you have questions on living shorelines, feel free to give me a call. I mean, we have the NER here. We have so many great local resources. They've been partners for us as well. You have the Coastal Marine Lab. A lot of folks out here living shorelines are kind of catching on. And, seawalls, when you have higher wave energy, we're not saying seawalls aren't needed, but there are times where you can, kind of bring in some green.
That's all you're trying to do is break that wave action before it hits the actual shore.
Absolutely. And, the limestone that we're putting down, that could become a home for that spat to settle on, and it increase, the natural, spat colonization.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Well, those seagrass beds are very instrumental. It plays its part in that bay because that's what feeds everything, that seagrass bed.
All right, thank you guys for your support.
I got a quick question for you, Mr. Blythe. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
any signage over there at the staging area?
We do have signage at the staging
Okay.
area for North Florida Construction. We are going to get some additional NIFWIF signing up at the school site in the future.
Okay, I was just curious if you're kind of promoting what you're doing right there. And the reason why, obviously, we've had phone calls. Is that what they're putting in the?
That's exactly what everybody's wanting to know.
Oh my
That's
God,
what they're
that's
putting in
huge.
the
You
bay.
can't put that on the oyster bay. I said,
Yes.
that's not for the oyster bay. But not only that, it gives you a good, it gives the public an idea of what you're doing, which would benefit all of us actually, because then that would be, that would keep encouraging these projects to take place. But that was the reason why I was asking.
Yeah, and y'all have also talked about, Mr. Evans, y'all have also talked about doing some kind of ceremony or something during the project, correct?
Yes, sir. Once we get some marsh planted there, we want to work with the school. We're developing a story map and looking to work with the school's drone program and kind of eventually pass that off to them. They have those underwater submersibles. They're going to be able to monitor this. We want to be able to pass it off, but it is also nice to have some marsh with the reef for some of those photos.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And also, it's a little difficult to have a nice little meeting spot with that shoulder there on 98. You know, we don't want people
it's
getting
kind of
picked off.
limited.
Yeah.
It's kind of limited.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you guys very much.
No problem. Thank you, Evan. Mr. Donald Morgan, ARPC, with a CPTA agreement.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Hope you all are well. I'm Donald Morgan from ARPC. The last time I stood before you, I was the Housing and Community Development Director. I've ventured over to the growth management world. Good to see you, Commissioner Jones. I see more of you than anyone else.
Yeah.
So Appalachia Regional Planning Council submitted a Community Planning Technical Assistance Grant, CPTA, on behalf of Franklin County for the update of your comprehensive plan as well as your zoning ordinance. And it was awarded from Florida Commerce in the amount of $50,000. This agreement that I have presented today binds the scopes of services that ARPC will provide to the county, and it just needs to be is being presented for final execution.
And as you know, this is what we wanted to get done as quickly as possible before Mr. Carrington bids us so long. So, yeah, as soon as we get through this, I am going to bring Mr. Morgan around and meet Mr. Carrington, because we get to start. That's something we wanted. And one of the other things, You know, you've heard when we had the discussion about Phil, about getting all of our ordinances, which actually comp plan, zoning ordinance, online to Municode. We'll add it once this is completed.
Right.
Makes sense to add something that we know is outdated and is basically, we have issues with.
Okay, so pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve. Has Attorney Schuler looked this over?
I have not seen it, Commissioner, but as Mr. Pierce trained me a long time ago, when we're getting free money from the state, they send us an agreement, we usually just say yes.
Well, I'll make
But
a motion.
I'll make sure he gets a copy, Commissioner.
And I second Commissioner Ward.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote? And just to clarify, Mr. Donald, it's in this agreement, but I also want to state this for the public. When's the completion date?
So I believe there's a year to complete the grant. For us, we have outlined it to be, I want to say June, let me make certain I have it. Actually, May 31st.
Okay.
Is our projected timeline,
Okay.
a deadline rather.
Right.
I'll tell a little story, and I would try and then tell a story and tell you guys, well, I sent Mark's retirement date to the state, but I didn't.
Yeah,
I really, I didn't do that, Commissioner.
Well, the only reason I wanted to make sure that was stated publicly is because I know some people say, well, they're doing this and they're going to expect it to be done next month, and that's not the
Yeah,
case.
that's not good.
It takes a while, you know what I mean? So
Especially something as
that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, we got
Great.
quite a few outdated state offices referenced in our comp plan. It's a lot
Yeah.
of work.
Okay.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
All right. If there are no additional questions for me, y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Don,
Thank
if you
you.
don't mind, can you come this way? Let me take you back to me.
Oh, sure. Yes.
All right, up next, Mr. David Walker, Weems, CEO.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Walker, Weems, CEO here. I'm here to give you provide a clinic update to you all. Weems East and West clinics continue to provide services for the community with Dana Whaley, Suzette Bezueza, and Roy Skip Parker. Dr. Newton, who is a TMH employee that utilized space in our clinics, has chosen not to renew his contract with TMH, and his last day to see patients will be on December 22nd. He will have a clinic in Port St. Joe as part of Ascension. TMH indicated that they do not have another physician to replace him. With that being said, last week, Duffy Harrison, who was in the audience, and myself met with Michael Kozar, Tom Ramsey, and David Bowling to discuss developing a financial analysis to see what the investment would be for us to hire a Weems primary care physician for our clinics. Tom Ramsey will develop that financial analysis. Our goal is to have an analysis presented to the hospital board at the end of this month and presented to the county commission next month. Dr. Newton also supervised our mid-levels. After December 22nd, Dr. Conrad will step back into that role of supervising them, which he did prior to Dr. Newton. So I just wanted to give you updated information on that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Was TMH paying Dr. Newton or us?
No, TMH was paying Dr. Newton's salary. He was a TMH employee.
And we were paying him back?
No, we weren't paying him back.
Okay.
Yeah, technically, he was their employee. They foot the bill for his salary, benefits, sign-on bonuses, and all of that. We didn't pay anything towards that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep, go ahead.
you don't mind?
No, I don't mind at all. Go ahead, do what you want to do.
Mr. David, I've already talked to you about it this week, but I want to talk to you some more on it, so the public will be aware. Is TMH gonna bring another doctor into the other side of the clinic, or are they pulling their side of the clinic completely out?
Yeah, at this time, they're not. They don't have another physician, they say, to
Now,
bring in.
was there a contract involved?
No, Dr. Newton had a contract with
Okay, but
TMH.
you didn't have no contract?
No.
Franklin County didn't have any kind of contract with TMH?
No,
the clinic?
yeah, our contract with TMH was the leasing of the facility. And then Dr. Newton, of course, he was a TMH employee. He had a contract with them. So we just carved space out of our clinic for Dr. Newton, and TMH paid, his salary and things like that. And then we have 4 other groups that we do that carve out space. We have a OBGYN group, a dermatology group, a urology group that uses the Carabel Clinic, and we carve out space once a month for them.
Well, I find it kind of odd. I'm going to just make an analysis of my mind. feel like it's kind of odd because we've tried to work with TMH for years, not just 5 or 6. I'm talking about years. And so I saw last night where TMH is opening a brand new urgent care facility in Crawfordville. And then they said at the end of it, it would be somewhere around 12,000 square feet and all that. If they had made an investment of that kind down here in Franklin County, we wouldn't be having no doctors pulling out. You see what I'm saying? From TMH. And I think that's kind of like a slap in Franklin County's face, is the way I feel like. But I'm glad that we still have Dana Whaley, which the hospital is still going to keep the clinic open in the eastern side of the county, right?
Correct. There's nothing happening to our clinics. Our clinics will stay open in the east and west clinics. It'll be the same.
Yeah, because I want you to know there's already rumors around Carabel that Weems East is going to close. I've already gotten like 4 calls yesterday on it, and I said, no, it's not going to close. And we'll find more out about it tomorrow when Mr. Walker shows up to the meeting.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Weems East and West clinics will be open.
That's what I'm saying.
Unless the county commission say, hey, do something different, but they're part of our hospital anyway. So we're, that's part of our hospital service, so we'll continue to be open. There'll be no change.
Well, and I'm glad you clarified that when Dr. Newton is still overseeing the nurse practitioner now?
Yes,
and we'll do that until December?
Yes.
And then at that time, Dr. Conrad will take
Correct.
it? Mm-hmm. Okay. I felt like I had to say that because if TMH had made that kind of investment in Franklin County when they first came in here years ago, we wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So that's just an analysis of what I said.
And I also had a memo request, but we took that off the agenda. Franklin Needs is partnering with us to get that software for us, and the memo department is up and running. I think we had 5 scheduled for the day, so we're just doing it slowly but surely. And we also have a health fair this weekend, Saturday. We'll have a health fair Saturday to invite the community and highlight the memo program as well.
That's that organization, even though in years past they've kind of gone more under the radar, they've done a lot of good for Franklin County, and especially for the ladies of Franklin County. They've done that for a long time. They've raised funds. They've helped provide equipment now for the hospital and the software to run it. Anyway, I'm very thankful for that organization for what they do.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and we've been talking with them about setting some other activities throughout the year. Not only breast cancer awareness year, like for example February, maybe we can do a big event to offer women, breast cancer screenings if they don't have any insurance to pay. So we're going to really push Franklin Needs this year with some different activities and really highlight that they are a partner technically.
How much was the cost of the software? I want the public to know how much money Franklin Needs actually.
Yeah, it was $11,400 for that.
That's not.
Yeah, and then they indicated that they'll pay the subscription fee, which would be a little lower than that on a yearly basis. So, but they're a great partner, and like I said, this year we're really going to highlight some different events for them, and then we'll begin to do more press for them. Like Commissioner Jones said, they do a lot of work behind the scenes, but I think it's now people need to really recognize what they're doing for our community. And they've been doing it for a long time. They just hadn't started here.
They have. And it's, I don't know what the future is going to look like with healthcare in Franklin County. 100%, I don't think none of us do. If we did, we'd have done different things a long time ago. Because the industry itself has changed since this board instituted that tax. The industry itself has changed the way it approaches things, the way it does things. It's all different. But I still will always believe that the only way we're ever going to have stability in our local health care is to have people like we had before that lived in this community that ran the health care. When they were here and they were doing it, everything was stable. I know it wasn't all perfect, but it was at least stable.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
and I'm sorry, David, I kind of walked out of the room and came back. So one of the calls, well, a few of the calls I've gotten is that appointments had to be canceled because Dr. Newton is leaving. Was that, I mean, is it that he's canceling or is he just not seeing?
No, he's sync. Well, I don't know TMH, Dr. Newton's schedule, but what I've heard is that, you know, he will see patients until December 22nd.
I think he's not making future appointments,
Okay.
follow-ups and all that. Yeah.
That's what I kind of want to clarify for the public, like what Commissioner Sanders did. So it's, yeah, again, you know, the rumor mill starts and then it just spreads.
Well, that's why I wanted to clear stuff up, because the public, they come to us and let us know.
Yeah.
Even though we have no business in the hospital business. But, you know, yeah, that's right. But until we get something settled and done, the people's gonna come to us. But anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. Mr. Walker, as far as Weems with Dr. Newton leaving, who is our practitioner out there that worked under him? You know, with these, we do have a practitioner that works at West, correct?
Yes, we have Suzette Valduezo, and then we have Dana Whaley. Those are two. And then we have Skip Parker. Skip does work in Carabel at the East Clinic.
But Dana's primarily in the East. I was just wondering.
Yeah, Suzette is the one here.
She will be at West, though, correct?
Yeah. She was here before. You know, she's been with us 4 years now, I believe, 4 to 5 years.
I guess what I'm getting at is these folks that obviously it's going to be an interruption in their medical needs or whatnot. Is there any way she could carry that load? I mean, I hate to compound her load already, but just to alleviate some of these. I know I'm sure some of these people that Dr. Newton's trying to say don't reschedule, you know, don't schedule in the future. They're going to have, you know, someone's going to have that follow up and whatnot.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we can carry the load definitely because, you know, our numbers went down a little when Dr. Newton came as well. So, but Dana Whaley and Suzette, you know, they'll pick up, and Skip, I don't want to leave Skip Parker out as well. You know, they've been picking up service, so they definitely would pick up anything extra, you know, people want to come and see us for.
I'm just trying to, in my mind, you know, just trying to alleviate any kind of interruption in someone's medical care due to the fact. My other question is, and you may not have this in front of me, we can get together later on it, but actually, how much business was TMH or Dr. Newton referring into the hospital itself as far as admittance and stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't have it right offhand, but I can get that to you. You know, that number was kind of small percentage that was coming into the hospital. Now, we may have some numbers that they refer for labs and radiology right now. And that's one of the things that you get when you don't have your own physician per se, you know, the referral base into the hospital. But that number was kind of small. It wasn't, we're not going to miss a big number in that area. We'll probably miss some of you, probably not even the labs, but if some of our practitioners pick up those patients, then those labs will come back into our outpatient setting as well.
I think, Mr. Chairman, you kind of hit a little bit about the way it used to be when we had local doctors. You know, that's the challenge I see, and I may be wrong, but you know, used to Dr. Child, Dr. Nichols, if the hospital need a little shot in the arm, you go in there with a cut on your finger, you got to sleep tonight. You know what I mean? I mean, but it's changed. But the bigger picture with that is you know, even with Dr. Newton, he did move in here, but he was working with TMH. We need to try to find that local. If I don't know if it's going to be local, it's such a challenge with bringing people in here like that. But we need those doctors that are going to. That's why I think me and you, Mr. Kosar, discussed this. We need to get those doctors that are going to refer patients into the hospital when it comes down to it. That when they're not going somewhere else, and we can get that. You know, that revenue, I hate to look at it from a business sense when it's a medical situation, but at the end of the day, we got to pay our bills. And that's one thing we need to really concentrate on both clinics is not to send our customers elsewhere and try to get them into the door out there, so to speak. But we can't control what somebody wants to do with their life. If Dr. Newton has found a better you know, if it's a challenge or whatever, he wants, you know, but the main thing is it wasn't anything that Franklin County or Weems has done that pushed Dr. Newton away. That's something that needs to also be expressed. This is a decision he made based on his personal career path or whatever. So You know, that was, I've heard, well, they run him off. But, yeah, but anyway, thank you, that's all it was, Mr. Walker, I appreciate it. But I would like to get with you on those numbers. I'm just curious to see exactly how much referral we were having into the hospital from the clinic.
Okay, I'll get you that information. Thank you.
I think another thing that needs to be mentioned is that, because it might help clarify, I know it's gonna be some more workload. Obviously, when you have a doctor that was in a place and he's not in a place, it's gonna give him a workload. But the clinics have been functioning as clinics for a long time. They've been functioning more like doctor's offices. People make appointments. They don't necessarily do a bunch of walk-in. And they'll do same day. I've been there at 8 o'clock in the morning. They said, if you can be back at 3 this afternoon, we can see you, which, you know, accommodating. But they're truly not walk-in clinics. So I want to make sure the public's aware of that. So it's not like since that doctor is there, you're just not going to be helped, but they're going to treat it as I've seen and how I've been approached with it when I've went, is they're going to make an appointment, but they'll be able to accommodate that.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been monitoring. Commissioner Jones, our walk-ins, you know, the ones that come in, and since July, we've seen 356 walk-ins. But like you said, it could be different. If I come there right now, and Dana or Suzette may have somebody already scheduled, they may ask me to come back in the afternoon.
That's right.
Per se. But we're tracking our walk-ins, you know, just to get a better handle on that as well.
Well, again, healthcare is changing.
Yeah. Totally.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's different.
Yeah.
But we keep using the word clinics, but they're not really clinics. They're run like doctor's offices. So.
Primary care.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, if I could provide a little bit of history. The
Yes.
reason, Commissioner Sanders, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason the West Clinic was created is because we were getting complaints that the emergency room was getting too much walk-in type of business, and we needed to have clinics where people really should go and not go to the emergency room.
Right.
So the West Clinic was created specifically for walk-in situations to alleviate some of the I don't know, the clients that were going into the emergency room. That's how it started.
Yeah, and it's helped some.
And it was per Commissioner Lockley.
Yes.
That got it going.
Yes, that was.
And because he was getting a lot of complaints and stuff.
Yes.
And so he said, why can't we do that? And we said, well, you know, they were told they didn't want them in there because they were just walk-in patients. They need to go see a doctor.
Yes.
Well, they thought emergency room, you see a doctor, you know. But anyway, so that's how it all started. Sure is.
But that is a very necessary part, though, because if you're seeing truly everybody in your emergency room, number one, the emergency room is going to be overloaded. Number two, it's the most expensive way to do healthcare.
Absolutely. I don't want to go to emergency
That's
room.
the big thing. It is the most expensive way to do healthcare.
Because I mean, like with CHP, when you go to emergency room, it's a $300 pop right there, honey. I mean, compared to $150, $160 to a doctor, yeah. Unless, hey, if you ever see me in the back of an ambulance, I'm dying. I'm not going nowhere. I don't go to doctors too much anyway. But anyway.
Anyone have any more questions or concerns for Mr. Walker while he's here? Mr. Walker, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. God bless you all. Appreciate it.
Before we proceed, let's take a 5-minute break.
We're running ahead.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Next up on our agenda is Miss Tracy Busby from Management Experts. Talking about legislative requests, and I think she's attending by Zoom. If you would, go ahead, Miss Tracy.
Hey, Trace, you're still muted on our end. Well, I don't know if something's happening, so how about we go to Mr. Bobby Miller?
Okay.
And I am going to reach out to Trace and see what's up.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Bobby Miller?
We all run ahead of schedule.
Yes. We're gonna stay ahead of schedule.
Hi.
Go ahead, Mr. Bobby, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me meet with you this morning. I'm back again about the height restriction. We've discussed this several times. As a matter of fact, when I first started, it was 6 years ago. And the city has finally finalized their steps to require a supermajority vote of the city commission for the city of Apalachicola. And I sort of think that's what we were waiting on, so we could either mirror what the city of Appalachia's done or parallel it, you know, to kind of keep the county and the city together. You know, it's all the same goal, is to hold down on the height. Is to lock it in right where we are now to keep it from expanding. So what I'm asking you to do this morning is go ahead and whatever process we need to follow to get the supermajority vote by the county commission would be greatly appreciated.
So it would be the same 47 feet, isn't that what our current height restriction is?
The height's not changing, it's,
Right.
yeah, 47 feet.
Roughly, yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Between the 9 feet of freeboard at the bottom and then the 35 feet, then
Right.
they allow a foot or two for I
Roof.
guess, the floor joists and things of that
Right.
nature. But my memory is it's 47 and a half, but I'll confirm that with your building official.
Your mystery deal with the county, I think, was at the 9 feet level. There was no compensation between there and that first floor.
Gotcha.
So that's just kind of a mystery dip there. But basically, it's 47 feet for the county,
Okay.
is my understanding, according to Mr. Curington.
Right.
And, of course, the city is different. It's 35 feet from grade,
Yeah.
period. And, you know, I think the county and the city has the same allowances for church steeples, water towers,
Right.
communication towers, things like that are exceptions to the rule.
Right.
This is for,
Okay, but it would just be I guess.
Public
Turner,
hearing,
sure.
public hearing on an ordinance.
Yeah, and it would be, just to make it so if there were any future changes to the height restrictions, it had to be done by supermajority vote of the board.
correct,
Or
correct.
3+1.
I think the city, before anything can be brought up before the city for exception or variance, that the city has to agree to, you know, to even listen to it. If they don't want to hear it, then it doesn't get brought up.
That's right.
Okay.
Doesn't make the grade.
Mr. Chairman,
But-
Yes.
just to explain,
Yes.
it would be not a supermajority of the members present. For example, we have 4 out of 5 right now, which
Right.
means we have a quorum. You know, under those circumstances, a supermajority of the board present would be 3 out of 4.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about. It would be a supermajority of the board. It's a 5-member board. And so you would have, for example, today, if you were to have a supermajority vote, all 4 of you would have to vote in favor of something, 4 out of 5, just so you know.
Mr. Schuler knows how to do all that. I'm not the attorney, but
Right, right.
I've heard it mentioned, a 3+1, supermajority, I don't know. You know what to do, Mr. Schuler.
Okay.
Well, you know, that's one of the issues that we were talking about the field
Yes.
coming in, because we've got a lot of the houses being built that's low ground, but they're putting enough in there, like 5 foot in there for a pad, and then the house is way up there, you know.
Yeah,
So,
it's about 47
Bobby, you
feet.
know, I've always supported that height limit.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate other efforts that the county's trying to do to keep our county. Would like, you know, I think the majority of the people in the county, if you put it to a referendum today, would say that they would like to keep it old Florida. They like it is now. And to let it get away from us, if we're not proactive with it, it's gonna get away from us, and we're gonna look like Destin, Fort Walton, any other place on the Florida coast.
But what it's gonna take is people like you bringing it to our attention, because sometimes we do let things slip through the cracks.
Well-
But it's the public bringing it us to awareness of that.
Well,
You
it's
know what I
only
mean?
because we live in a
Don't you
beautiful place and I love this place and I will fight to keep it like this till the day I die.
Right, me too.
I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Mr.
we
Chairman,
need a-
do we need a motion
No,
for?
we do need a motion vote, but do you have a copy of the city's ordinance, or I need to get that from the city?
I do not, but I spoke to the attorney. He said he'd be glad to share it with you.
Okay, I'll just get directly to the city, that's fine.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, need to authorize me to conduct a public hearing, that was always done by motion and vote of the board.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Anderson, to hold a public hearing about this supermajority vote for height restriction.
I certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I just, sooner than later, we get it done quick as possible. I know we have to advertise, but
Yeah,
We do have to advertise, yes, ma'am.
okay. So is that something you'll bring up at a future meeting about when we're gonna advertise for it, or try to hold it, or
No,
when
so
to do it now?
the way I'm understanding the board's action is you're authorizing me to schedule the
Right,
public hearing
okay.
to consider an ordinance to
Sounds
adopt the supermajority vote requirement
All
on
right.
increasing the height requirement.
All right.
35, we call it 35 feet, but technically it's 47.
Right. Any, well, it used to be 35. but
Well,
got
it was
changed.
always called 30, it was always called 35,
Yes.
but the staff's interpretation has been, well, when you're on pilings, you get 9 foot of freeboard. So 35 became 44, and then 44 said, well, what about
Roof.
the joist? They left a couple of feet for the joist. So
And the first
as it was
floor.
implemented, it was basically
How big?
47 feet.
Yeah.
So let me ask,
At least that's the
'cause
way I
I don't
would-
know, how would what we're discussing here shortly about fill affect affect where the platform will be and then where the pylons start? Will it affect it at all?
Well, it should be from grade. The problem is, especially in my district, a lot of areas, the properties have different grades. If you're over closer to the bayside, it's a lot lower. If you're over on the Gulf side, the properties are a lot higher. You know what I mean? It just, so, but I do agree with what Commissioner Sanders was saying. It should be from wherever you have that bottom, you know, wherever the bottom's at on grade, because you might be, because we discussed it publicly, you might wind up being 1.5 feet above the road. That might wind up being what it is. And certainly not 4 or 5 feet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's still gonna be 47 from what you're building.
Okay.
You know, the only other thing I will say about that, and it's for a discussion for a later time, I know that some of the other counties actually measure the pylons before they go in the ground to make sure, number one, that you're putting the pylons at sufficient depth, but then what they're seeing sticking out, you're not trying to fudge on that
On that height?
on that height.
Ooh, wouldn't that be bad though, not to put it down the ground like it needs to be?
Well,
It fell
you
over.
never know.
Be like,
I don't,
yeah.
I don't have all the answers, I'm just presenting the news.
Yeah, but that.
But any other discussion on this before we vote?
Commissioner Sanders is right though.
yeah.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That engineer, ooh, and that,
All right.
that builder. Okay.
Did you want to try Ms. Busby again?
Yep, she's unmuted, she's good to
Okay.
go, Commissioner.
Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today I'm here to talk to you guys about your legislative budget request. And you should have copies. What I did is I highlighted a few of the areas that I did want to ask questions and kind of get your thoughts about on the three ones that we're submitting. So the first one we have is that St. George Island multi-use pass. So you guys currently have a grant from third to third, and that was from DEP. And so we are asking for third to 12th east and third to 12th west.
Yes.
And we had a question on, do you want it to be Department of Transportation or DEP? Because I know DEP had the grant that did the other one, but I'm not sure if this would possibly be Department of Transportation as the agency.
Well, I don't know that any of us are qualified to answer that, Ms. Tracy. We don't know enough about the way they do their grants or the way they perform things.
Yes, sir.
Because ideally, I
Okay.
mean, so the way I understood it, we're asking the legislature to help fund these things, not looking for.
Correct, but we have to name a state agency, and the
Okay.
way that works is if your appropriation comes through, then, like, for example, your fire truck last year, that's with the state fire marshal. That's where they put that, and so that's where your agreement is with. So they place your legislative funding at a state agency. And maybe I'll just talk to maybe Senator Simon's office, or, you know, like, just to kind of get their take on, you know, which agency should we put, because I know they want you to put an agency. So that was just our question on, I kind of think it should be Department of Transportation, but again, you know what I mean? I just kind of want to get y'all's take on that.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine with whatever they deem the best possible route, is what I understand.
Okay.
Unless you have something, Ms. Harris.
And then,
yeah, likely it will be Florida Department of Transportation, just because FDEP, they actually require a 20% match on their path
That
grant.
answers that question.
Yeah.
So DOT.
And then, perfect. And then, Aaron, you might be able to, I know that we've talked about this for several years, but are we still in that planning phase, or are we ready for construction?
From what we understand, just as soon as they have the grant award agreement ready to go, we'll be able to move forward. So it's actually something
No,
they
ma'am,
said.
I meant for this one.
Oh, for the third
for
to third?
the 3rd to 12th.
For the 3rd to 3rd, that's going to happen, I mean, really any day now, we should be getting the grant award agreement on that.
What about the one we're seeking?
No, but for the one we're asking for.
Is it ready, or does it have to be permitted, or what?
That one will need to be actually permitted and out to bid, but it's just simple resurfacing, so it shouldn't be too bad.
So we can say construction, like we're ready.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. And then did anybody have any comments or anything that you wanted me to add?
Say that again, Ms. Tracy, I'm sorry.
Does anybody have any additional that you wanted me to add on the multi-use path?
No, I think we're good with what you have.
Okay. The next one, and Commissioner, I know you and I chatted about this, but that's those bear-resistant refuse containers.
Mm-hmm.
So the agency that we're going to go for is Fish and Wildlife, and I know that when we chatted, you were trying to track down like a cost, but we did do a little bit of research, and I just didn't know how much you guys want to go after. But the census data has 4,559 homes, and Home Depot, actually, we saw a quote for around $300. So if every home were to get a container, that would be about $1.3 million. Seminole County actually used the 65-gallon containers, and that price is for a 95-gallon because the 65 gallons were sold out. But I'm sure, like, if we went in bulk, we could actually get a better price. But I'd kind of rather ask for more money than not enough money. And I know you said, like, some of the households have the containers. Any thoughts on the number of containers and a price that you want me to put in?
So actually, Ms. Tracy, I talked to, yesterday afternoon to Ms. Rhonda Skipper, our property appraiser, about those numbers, and she told me she'd have them before the end of day today. So I'll be able to reach out to you later today and give you those numbers. But it should not exceed what you've already come up with, I can tell you that. I didn't know there was a way to find those numbers.
I'm sorry?
It shouldn't exceed what you've already said. It might even be less.
Okay. And so I know when we had chatted that you said some people have them, but are we going to kind of focus on all residents getting these new containers?
Yes, ma'am, because here's the thing. If you know anything about the conversations we've been having, some of those containers might be good for nothing but go into the trash themselves after the end of the day today because they're getting destroyed. So it might be good to have.
And these are
some
actually
backup.
the ones that kind of lock down. You know what I mean? They're actually, they are called the bear-resistant residential refuse containers. So, okay. All right. And then the last one we had was the EMS station, and we are going after 600,000 on that one. And then I know that the drawing is completed, but are we ready for construction on that one, Aaron, or are we still, like, do we still need to do more with design? I know that schematic was done, but I know there were some changes to that.
Yeah, I think they've already got the permits. Mr. Morone stepped out of the room to get Ms. Griffin. Ms. Aaron, is it
Okay.
already permitted for the EMS substation?
It is not permitted yet.
Okay.
Yep, we are still working through design. Design's probably only about 50% complete.
Okay. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
Yes, sir. And then I just put an estimated, like if this was to be funded, you would, it would come down sometime next year in July. So I just put construction starting in August of 24.
Yeah. Yep. The only other thing, Ms. Tracy,
Okay.
on here, the project title, what you have on the legislative sheets, is actually Franklin
Yes.
County St. James Lanark EMS substation. That's why it's listed
Oh,
with
it's my
everything else we
sorry.
have. No, you're good. I just wanted to be the same, consistent.
Okay. Yes.
You want to be right. I don't want to give the
Okay.
check to somebody else.
There you go.
I
But-
think that's all I had, unless anybody has any questions or comments or additions that you'd like us to add.
I think we're good, aren't we? Ms. Aaron? Ms. Tracy, thank you for all your hard work. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And then Aaron, Michael, I'll probably just touch base with y'all in the morning before we submit, just to make sure we're good.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Marie Dingman, Summit Professional Services. Y'all about timed that exactly right, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Mr. Dennis, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dennis and Marie Dingman, Summer Professional Services. Good seeing you all again. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Today, of course, we would like to, we have presented you with a status report on the grant, and we'd like also for you to review the applicant list and, if you would, adopt that list. But first of all, are there any questions on the status report that we gave you that we could answer?
No, Mr. Chairman, but just for the record, so the public is aware, this application phase has been closed off, so the applicants that you have currently on here, that's gonna be pretty much it at this moment in time for funding.
The application phase is not closed off. However, as we look at the applicants and what they need, we've actually gone out and done the inspections, and we've seen what they've needed. We run a budget on these things, so we're letting people know that if they would like to submit an application, we'd be happy to review it. But until we actually get the first bids in, we're not sure whether or not there'll be enough money. So we don't want to, for people to think that they're, just because they have an application and that there would be enough money left over. So that's what we're telling them. You're free to submit an application, we'll review it and let you know whether or not there's money available. Now, based on the county's requirements, it's first come, first serve. So once these applications are are approved, hopefully today, put on the applicant list, then the next phase will begin, which is based on the county's rules, which is based on income. First in with a completed application and low income. But right now, we're working under the county's first requirement, which is first come, first serve. And these are the only 4, quite frankly, that have completed applications.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions? I see it's going to be a while, Mr. Dennis, before some of this is actually done, but it's been a really longer process, and I think most of it had to do with the state renaming their department. It really, really has slowed things down, but with this, though, at least we do have some sort of timeline, and it's not just an arbitrary thing that we're working on it, you know what I mean? So,
Exactly.
So I'm really glad to see a timeline, and I think that will give at least the residents that are on the list some manner of comfort knowing that, you know,
Right.
there's a date now, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, so.
I would say this, that we've been in constant contact with the homeowners for different reasons. Everyone has a different amount of things that we have to do for each home because of wetlands, and in one case it's flooding, floodplain. Another case, and by the way, the 4 applicants are Ms. Margaret Richards, Mr. Franklin Evans, Mr. Ronald L. Custer, and Jackie and Karen Foley. Those are the 4 applicants on the list. And they all have different needs and requirements. But we've been in constant contact, and I might say, if you have that projected schedule, you'll notice that Ms. Richards is on there. If we get the environmental review back from the county first, hers is a rehabilitation. She's the only rehabilitation we have.
Right.
We'd obviously move forward on hers as soon as we possibly can. We wouldn't wait on her, waiting for the other 3. So we'll move on these as quickly as we can. But again, you're right. It's the agency is taking much longer than they have been. It's not only renaming the agency. There are new players in the agency that haven't been trained, and we just deal with it. I think we mentioned to you yesterday that the environmental reviews from the agency's perspective used to take 15 days 2 years ago. Now they're taking 3 months or longer.
Yeah.
So it's, I think, a combination of things. We understand it's frustrating. However, the folks that are the county's trying to help understand, we keep going to them and saying, this is what's happening, this is what's happening. Sometimes we have to say, nothing's happened since the last time, but we try to keep them informed.
Yeah. Well, might not be the intention, but the outcome of that is the county, with the way this process moves, there's no way the county could apply every year for CDBG, not of this kind. Because you have to close one out before you can apply again. So it might not be the intention, but that's the outcome.
It is the outcome. If I could say something good, however,
yes.
All of the things that would have normally started when the grant award came to you all, which was August 15th, I think.
Yes.
All the things that we would have started as a standard grant program, we did in those first 7 months, as far as applicant intake and inspections and soliciting for contractors and reviewing their applications. We did all those things. The only things that we couldn't do were the things that actually there were expenses for,
yes.
which we couldn't do because the county would not have been reimbursed for them had we done them prior to that. So
that's right.
We're about 2 months into it, and really, we're typically at about the 6 month stage in a normal program. So we're.
So let me ask you this: looking at this, just one more question.
Sure.
Looking at this list, because this is 2021. On this timeline, are we at the stage where they're doing their environmental review and approval? Is that where we're currently at on most all of these?
Yes.
Okay.
And Marie, you wanna?
So everything before that's pretty much completed, is what I'm asking.
Right, we're at the environmental review. I've got Ms. Richards and Ms. Foley ready to go. I'm probably
Okay.
gonna submit it today if I can get, I gotta talk with Erin.
Okay.
And I found out that I can probably submit Mr. Evans too.
Yep.
Because we did the wetland delineation, it looks like they're gonna accept all that. We talked to them late last night.
Good.
So the only other one I'm waiting on is Custer, and we're running the second flood ad this
Yep.
Friday, this
Okay.
Thursday. And then I have to run a third ad.
Yep.
So that's
Okay.
quite a process there, but once I submit them, then they typically they're taking 90 days.
Okay.
DEO, the Florida Commerce has taken 90 days
Right.
to actually review the work.
Right. Okay. Well, sounds good. So what action do y'all need the board to possibly take today?
Okay. She's prettier and smarter than I am.
That's all good. I married up too. I know how that is. What action does the board need to take today?
Well, first of all, if you would, take a look at the applicant list that's in your package.
Mhm.
I think it's on page 3 or 4, maybe page 4. And Do any of the commissioners have a relationship, a familiar relationship with any of these folks?
No.
Okay. We have to ask that in public. If that were the case, then we just ask you to abstain from voting. The second part of it is, and there's a motion in the package that we put in there, if you would like to make that motion. I can read it to you if you want, or whatever you would like to do.
If you would, for the record, just go ahead and read it.
We would like for you to make a motion to adopt the attached applicant list dated November 7th, 2023 for the county's FY 2021 CDBG Housing Rehabilitation Program.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you so much.
I do have something, Mr. Chairman, real quick, Mr. Dingman, before you leave. Thank you guys for being here today. I just wanted to make a note for the record. I know that you guys had a lot of applicants with this program, and there were some that were denied for over income or some other reason. I just want to let people know that the monetary amount that they were over income was not set by this board. That was set by the federal government. We had no control. We even contacted, at that time it was DEO, about changing that, and they replied saying, no, we will not be changing that. So I just want the public to know that amount, we didn't say, no, you're over income. We didn't set those parameters. That was the state that did that. So.
Absolutely. And when we provide an application, we always provide, and this is in your package as well.
The monetary amounts.
Yeah, the income limits, exactly.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all very much. All right, y'all ready to open some bids?
Yes. And these bids are actually for the roof replacement for the Carabel Health Department.
Let's not get sticker shock.
Oh, of course. Do we need to write down a 1 first or a 2? Go ahead.
Okay, the first bid is from Scruggs Construction of Alligator Point, Florida. Oh my gosh. Ken Scruggs Construction of Alligator Point.
Drum roll.
The total bid is $53,200. $53,200. And that is Scruggs Construction. And let me see if we have anything else included in here. That one I don't remember.
While you're looking, is there an amount that's required for it to have a bid bond, or is it just the project?
It kind of depends on the project, from
Okay.
one project to the next.
Okay.
Usually complexity plays a part.
Yep. I've never asked, I've just always wondered.
I think in this one did not have it. We'll find out. The next one is Centennial Roofing, and Centennial Roofing, let's see, I don't have they're from Panama City, Florida. Okay, Centennial Roofing, $70,800, $70,800. I don't believe we required a bond on this one.
Did they not have one either?
No.
We might not have required a bond on it.
Yeah, I don't believe we did, because it was, we do expect it to be less than $60,000. That was kind of our thought process, and it was a simple roof replacement as well.
Is there such a thing as a simple anything?
Yes. Yeah. It was pretty straightforward. It didn't have any rot repair elements or anything of that nature. MKM Quality Construction of Mexico Beach. $52,080. $52,080. And this next one is Parker Brothers Roofing from Tallahassee. $135,000. $135,000.
And so, who's the review, what review committee is going to be evaluating these?
These will be released back to Tracy Busby, and she will actually check to make sure that the bids are complete, and that we can award to the lowest bidders.
All right.
Make a motion, we return this over to Tracy Busby, come back with a recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders to do just that, and a second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
I just got a question. What's,
Yes.
I'm assuming it's metal standing seam?
It is,
Okay.
yep, 26 gauge metal.
All right. That's it. I was just
That's all
curious.
good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right.
No, what that
Now,
is,
now it's got to.
he's busy.
Ms.
And
Courtney
don't-
Bankston,
Yes.
you're up next.
Thank you, sir. So first on my list, I just have the P and Z board meetings, rescheduled date. The P and Z board meeting for this month has been moved to the 21st so that we have a quorum. We have someone that's gonna be out for training, so we're gonna be short, so we just moved it to the following Tuesday.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Attorney Schuler, we don't have any workshops or anything planned for the evening of the 21st, do we? Because that's the same as a commission day.
Well, we don't presently, but I planned on asking.
That's
to
kinda
make
why I
up-
brought it
to
up,
make up
sir.
for the workshop that I forgot to schedule for today at 5 o'clock. But the P and Z doesn't meet till 6:30.
6:30.
Yeah, we could do the workshop at 5 and do P and Z
what
at
kind of
6:30.
workshop is
That's
it
what I was
first?
gonna say.
Because
I'm sorry?
it depends on what, sorry, Mr. Chairman, it depends on what kind of
You're
workshop
right.
it is. If
Well,
it's a field
having
dirt,
it-
stormwater drainage, there's no way we're gonna be
Golf
done.
carts and slow-speed vehicles on the island, and frankly, for any workshop, they should have an end date, just so they end at a date certain. But that's just my thought.
That might take a while too.
90 minutes talking about we'll talk very soon.
No, but if everybody gets 5 minutes, it might take a while.
It's up to the board. We can schedule the workshop earlier, we can schedule it for a different day.
But we can discuss that later, but I do
Yes.
think it's very imperative that P and Z still has a meeting.
Yeah, we need to keep
So I'm
those.
good with that.
the
But I
board's
just wanted to
always-
make sure, anyway, everybody was aware of what all that was going on. So yes, that's good. Thank you, Ms. Courtney.
Okay, no problem. Second, I have the code enforcement zoning violation letters update. We have reached out to Debbie Faircloth, and she's went out and served 3 letters of violations to those who may have refused them or lack of a mailbox that made them undeliverable. The properties that were there, she posted the letters. We've got 2 responses since then for those letters. So reaching out to her and kind of partnering with her has been a great help.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question.
Yes.
What is this refusal of letters? What's that all about?
Because I send it certified and they'll refuse it.
They don't have to pick it up at the post office.
Uh-huh.
They can just leave it at the post office.
Yep.
But,
They know what it's about.
That happens
but what
quite
kind of
often.
recourse is that if
There
they,
isn't.
I mean, because that's just like a slap in the face, in my opinion.
There
No, I
isn't.
don't care what y'all think or say. Here's your letter back.
There is,
Well,
the federal government's not gonna make them take the mail out of their box.
Well, I'm not talking about that. Just, I
You
mean,
never got one from the IRS, obviously. They still
that's
come.
how we maybe should address them. But they don't care about that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a problem with that. I don't think that's definitely something we need to look at. I know that everybody's got their own human rights, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well,
Commissioner, the way I would address that historically is willful ignorance, when is not an excuse. I mean, if we actually get into an enforcement action and you say, well, we sent them the letter, they refused it, and if they say they don't know, it's because they didn't want to know. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, they're claiming that they would not know in a case like that. It is not very effective. More effective is having a process server
Yes.
served them, and having a certification from them to the court that says, you know, they were served on this date, time, and place with the following document.
Yeah, and she'll post it on their door.
So
it's
that's
kind
not-
of- it's belts and suspenders.
So it's not keeping us from doing our job?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's all I wanna know,
Way to
that's all I
do
wanna
it,
know.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll figure the thing.
Just to make it simple, and this is from experience, ignorance is not an excuse.
Correct.
And that's what a judge told me at one time, so.
Yeah.
I think I know where you heard that.
Let me ask
I've heard that before,
Courtney,
too.
let me ask Courtney a question, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Courtney, this was number letter, how many? The second letter, is this the second letter?
Yeah,
you sent?
these were second requests sent out, second
Yeah,
notices
that was
sent
the
out.
second letter
Mhm.
requested. So,
Well, we need to stop sending so many letters.
We're
Was it
getting there.
third time charm?
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
getting there.
Yeah, this whole
We're-
code enforcement
we're
thing, y'all
getting
know
there.
how I feel about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
well, and that's what one of the earlier speakers was alluding to.
Yes. It was. Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
The third thing I've got is the S4 violation letters. Per your request, I did mail out those letters. Basically, those were second notice requests because they received the first notice, and then they asked for staff to come to the board about possibly doing away with or revising the S4 ordinance, which the board said no, they're going to keep it as it is. So I sent them out a second letter with a 90-day compliance date, and those letters were mailed on 10/31.
Yeah.
And just for the record, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Mhm.
I know this is your district, Commissioner Sanders, workshop, yes, no, same, we're gonna keep it all the same, the S4 district?
Yeah.
Because I know I get contacted a lot about it, so I just wanna make a note right now that that's not gonna happen. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the way I've discussed it with staff and all.
Yeah.
And that's the way it's gonna stay as far as.
S4
I'm
is
concerned.
because it's the barracks. I was talking to Mark about it. It was a fire a long time ago
Yeah,
where
burnt two
a
or three
whole
of them.
complex
Yeah.
burned. I mean, the fence regulation is there for a reason because, like, when I talked to one of the firefighters, they said that it'll be hard for them to fight the fire because they'll be fighting the fence before they can get to the actual property, and then all those will be gone. So it's for protection, it's for safety reasons why the fence regulations are so extensive for S4.
And two, I think the reason we were looking at last meeting, or a couple of meetings ago, about the compliance length of time
Yeah.
is because, I mean, weren't trying to be arbitrary, but we really didn't have anything there. So if we don't have anything there, it reverts to the state, and the state's is 10 days of compliance. So we actually gave them a lot more time, you know what I mean? So I think we're being a lot more lenient with it and trying to be as helpful as we can be.
Well, they've had the 2 months too from the first letter
That's what I'm
to
saying.
us coming to the board, staff going to the board, plus this extra 90 days. So.
Commissioners, and Commissioner Sanders is correct, and myself, I've talked to Mark, Courtney and I, we together. So the S4 was created because Lanark Village is very unique in the situations that's there, so that's why it was created. But let me go beyond S4. So Commissioner Sanders said the other day, today I'm gonna bring you the final draft of the ad, we're gonna run the ad for the code enforcement. What I don't want us to get into the habit of doing, the commission, I should say, is whenever we take action against someone, code enforcement is enforced, that, oh no, please don't do this to me, you need to have a workshop. Because
Yeah.
there will be workshopping for every time there's an enforcement action, you know?
Can't do that.
I mean, if there was a call for a workshop with S4 prior to these letters going out, maybe. But if that's a reaction to every time you get a letter of enforcement or whatever, or of corrective action, no, I'm sorry.
Well, it all stems back to this last December when we voted not to bring the Lanark Review Committee back to life.
Yes.
And I made the motion not to do, I made the motion to do away with the Lanark Review Committee. But at that time, I said it does not mean that we abandon the S4 zoning at all.
Correct.
So, I mean, they are very aware, it's in the minutes, it's in the film, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Well-
It was said like that. So some of them just said, oh, well, I thought when you made the motion to do away with a review committee, you did away with everything. I said, no, my motion was very specific in it. And I mean, it's been like this for years. There's never been a problem until now.
Yeah.
And as I see us going through with everybody coming in here and purchasing these properties for VRBOs, Airbnbs, if we don't keep this like it is, we're gonna see some problems.
Yeah.
One of the other things, Commissioner, one of the chief things that changed, the reason we even addressed the Land Art Review Committee is because of what the state legislature passed. Now, when we receive something in our office, once it gets to a point of being received, you can only hold it so many days. It's gotta turn around.
You gotta turn it around.
So the Land Art Review Committee would have made that process just for those residents, not fall in that time frame potentially. And it was something beyond our control. So we took what we couldn't control out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Commissioner Sand, I don't know if it was in S4, did you tell me there was a fire?
There was a fire in the east, in the western part of Lanark, what's Lanark Beach area, what that, off
Okay.
of Colorado Street.
Yeah.
Up there. Yeah, I think it happened Friday morning. They said it, from what I understand, it was from a space heater. But it's getting cooler weather and people are using space. That's something I'm scared of.
It happens. Ms. Courtney, go ahead.
Okay. Next, I have the LTPT board met on October 18th regarding the digital connectivity program. Office of Broadband has actually got a lot of grants coming up. I know we only meet quarterly. I did talk to Ricky. Oh, what's this guy's name?
Oh, Chase Golden.
Yes, and I talked to him, and he's okay with coming on board. So we do need to make a motion to approve him to be added as a member.
Okay.
I want to do that first.
Okay. All right, so, after the board decides what they want to do, or if there's any motions, we will call for public comment, because this is not on our agenda. But Mr. Chase Golden has expressed interest in serving on the LTPT for District 1.
Commissioner, this was, the report was on the agenda, Courtney's report was on the agenda. So.
Well, the report is, but there's no mention of needing a motion or a vote.
Number 6.
I don't see a number 6. It stops
I
at
don't
4.
see it on there
I see
either.
it.
I'm looking at
There's no
mine.
number 6 on mine, bro.
There's not on mine either. Let's see.
I got it.
That's why I said it.
That's weird.
As long
That
as
is
it's there, I'm
weird.
good, but
Yeah, it's there.
look at what I'm looking at.
Item number 6,
Let's see.
Chase Golden does agree to
I don't
serve.
have it. I don't
Need
have
board
it.
action approved.
You're good.
Let me see
I'm
if
just
it's on
looking at
this
the
one.
emails.
Okay, so on the, there's 2 ways we can download this report. It's when you actually go to the Microsoft,
So it didn't upload?
It didn't upload,
One of the
it
attachments?
it's on
No,
OneDrive.
That's on me,
Yeah.
that's on me, okay.
Yeah.
Because I've only got 4
I
items.
see
Yeah,
it.
what happened?
You have to go to this,
You go to the county website.
click here to download the report.
No, Courtney submitted, she had to change the report
It's
a
in the
couple of
printed
times.
material, so we'll go with that.
Yeah.
It is.
I just was going by what I was looking
Yeah.
at.
It
on
was
the
on the
laptop.
public link for the agenda, just not on the commissioner link. I
Okay.
apologize.
Yeah, because I see it now.
If the public knows, that's all that matters.
That's
Yep,
what counts.
that's all that matters.
All right, so, but we still need board action to approve
Yes.
this.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll make that motion.
I'll say it.
All right, we have a motion to
I had to
approve
think what I was
by
trying to say.
Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
that little old fella's wants to be on there.
He does. He's
Little
also
old
got,
fella.
he doesn't do it anymore, but he worked for several years for a local provider. So he's gonna know a lot
I
about
like
the
Chase.
industry.
He
I
ain't
got
no
most
little
of
old
this
fella
No,
neither.
he's littler.
I think if he'll be a great
He's
He's a
asset.
big old young fella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. The reason I wanted to mention that, Ms. Courtney, is one of the other things that I was waiting till we had a full board again. At our Florida Association of Counties summer conference, I talked with a group that I think wants to at least meet with our LTPT
Okay.
and make a presentation.
Okay.
They're called Connexon. They actually did the service for Jefferson and Madison County, like as a co-op.
Uh-huh.
And the way they did it, that was different than the way some people are doing broadband, is they actually did an MOU with Duke Energy, and they didn't bury it, they ran it along the power poles, because everybody's got a power pole going.
Yes.
The residents in that county, now the service isn't dirt cheap, I think it's close to $100 a month, but everybody in their counties got 100 up, 100 down.
Gotcha. Oh.
Everybody got fast
That is
speed.
fast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think that group at least would like to present.
Okay.
So I'll give that information to you since
Okay.
you now have a full board again.
Okay.
So we can at least hear what they have to say.
I'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That'll be very
Is that the
good.
one that
And Courtney,
Norman-
could you touch on the number 4, we talked about the BEAD program, how it will be able to serve, especially up 65 and 67?
Yeah, so with the LTPT, we thought about, because a lot of the ISPs, when they're getting grant funding, they're trying to look at your more underserved and not unserved.
Yes.
My biggest areas that we want to look at are 65 and 67
Yes.
along those ways because of safety reasons. You
Yes.
know, if a lot of phone companies have Wi-Fi calling, so even if we've got some type of something out there, even if it's on top of the pole, they'll be able to call for, you know, medical assistance or roadside assistance like that. To me, this is the biggest project that I want to focus on, 65 and 67, where they're unserved,
Yes.
Mr.
completely
Chairman,
unserved.
I will say that this has been my number one gripe since I came on the board, is there's no, and I've heard many different reasons as to why. There's not enough people to pay for cell phone service up there. There's not enough people. I heard there was, even from Eglin Air Force Base, they wouldn't allow a tower because that's where they do all their maneuvers. So that's bull crap, because they do it everywhere else. So from the beginning, and we even reached out to some of our cell phone providers, and that's what they gave us in return. So I've been fighting to get something up 65 because a lot of people travel that road, and as you said, Courtney, it's a big safety issue when you don't have any cell phone service for miles and miles. So any way I can help get this done,
Yeah.
let me know, because I'm all about getting underserved or unserved areas
Yeah.
on the map so they can have access to proper cell phone service and so
And
on.
that's one of the reasons why I keep my landline, is because
Yeah.
I don't have a good
Yeah.
service out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I keep the landline so I can call the ambulance if we needed somebody or
And that's
something
very
there.
scary to be
is
that
very
far out
scary.
there and not have help, you know?
Well, regardless of how this goes, I'm not saying it won't work, we need to be intentional
Yeah.
when we do get to move forward with, hopefully, the Triumph funding for the emergency radio system. It's gonna involve us putting up some towers
Yeah.
around the
Okay.
county.
Yeah.
We need to be intentional to make sure one of those is gonna help, I know with the emergency system, but it could be used as a dual process, because one of the things Wakulla County, from talking to Ralph Thomas, Commissioner over there, that they've done, as they're putting up some of those towers, they're then soliciting those providers to see if they wanna co-locate.
Gotcha.
And they're actually getting checks from the providers, because the county owns the towers. But we need to be intentional and
Yeah.
make sure, even if this doesn't work out, or even if it does, it's good to have more than one way for things to work. But we need to
A
be
backup
intentional in
plan,
that.
yeah, I'm good with that, having a
Yes.
backup
And
plan.
another thing too, now this is how it works. Before, I could leave my house and have phone service with my house as far as my landline. Get up the road going toward Tallahassee, the back road on 13,
Nothing.
375 and all
Yeah.
that, had no phone service up in there. Okay, the other day I come back down there and all of a sudden, right about Charlie Rebels is up there, my phone's ringing, my cell phone. Come to find out, Wakulla County has put a booster on the fire tower
Oh, wow.
at Smith Creek, and that's caused me to have service on that little stretch of road. Now, when I got on down the road, it went out.
Yeah.
But I never have had that phone service right in there.
Yeah.
But because of what they did, what you were telling Ralph done, I had it.
Yeah.
So you see, any little thing
Yes.
helps it out
Yes.
there. And I know we've tried for years to get the forestry to just work with us to try to get a tower out there on 67 and a tower out there on 65 to help those underserved people.
Yeah.
But, cause they own all the land out there.
Yeah, well, I've got meetings set up with, MediaCom and with Consolidated, so hopefully I'll have an update for y'all for that. Other than that, I just have, let me see, ACP, I think that's through, broadband. They have, we're working with ARPC to help us with that application, where they'll have free monthly data, tablets, there'll be no monthly fees, 4G connectivity to those who qualify. So I want to keep pushing that. Digital literacy, it'll cover that, so it'll have courses where people can learn how to use their digital stuff like computers and all that. It'll be good for like nonprofits, your schools, and after-school programs, and even at the library. So there's some projects that are coming up, grant funding with Matea is who we met with. And it's not just, at first it was like tablets and what are those things called, Michael?
Hotspots?
Hotspots.
Yeah.
But now they're gonna be giving out desktops, tablets, laptops, and that'll be for like workforce, telehealth, and education. So I do want to partner with the library, with Whitney. Once we get closer to that, I want to partner with Whitney, because that could be something that a lot of people look for, how to rent out laptops and stuff to work or do telehealth. So that'll be good, I think, for the library as well. We still have 1.2 billion that's available in the BEAD program. So that's what we're working with, going to try to work with the ISPs about getting 65 and 67.
Before we leave this conversation on broadband, one of the things we have coming up, an opportunity that we're pursuing through the Regional Planning Council, is it's kind of different because the state's going to be driving it more than we are as far as the funding of it. So we've all heard of Starlink, but it's a pretty expensive process to get into. It costs a little bit up front. There's a pretty good upfront cost. But what they talked about doing is working out a way where we at the Planning Council can receive a certain number of Starlink boxes that we're probably going to try to distribute around the region. And I think where the focus is going to go is going to be our facilities that are the most critical for stabilization of it, like our schools, our hospitals, our libraries. So it would be a pilot program for Starlink in our rural region. Okay, because then you're covering the whole region. But I don't know if it was 2 years they were paying for it or whatever, but it's something that you can try out. It doesn't cost you anything, and we're trying to find out if it truly works and how it looks. But again, that's what we're talking about doing. We're not to the point of it actually happening yet, but I just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Okay. You said it's called Starlink?
Starlink, yeah, it's the one that's the satellite.
Oh, the satellite. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I got you.
Yes. Yep.
And that's all I have on broadband. But then the last thing I want to talk to you about is docks on vacant lots. I know in the past we've talked about docks being a secondary structure, and I just want to kind of clarify how we want to handle this for residential lots, because you've got boat docks that just have boat slips, and that doesn't require any type of electric to it, but then you've got the ones that have boat lifts that require electric to them.
Right.
So I don't know how we want to word it. In the past, as far as I've known, it's only been if they have if they show that they have buildable space, they can build a home without requiring any type of variance or anything like that, then they can build a boat dock. And most of them have slips. So do we want to only limit it to docks that have boat lifts that require electric on vacant lots? Because we can use the ones that require electric to be a secondary structure, but the ones that don't require electric, we can just.
I don't. I'm not sure the distinct, I mean, it's either a secondary structure or it's not.
Yeah.
I don't think having electric to it makes any material difference one way or the other. I mean.
Yeah. I think what Ms. Courtney is bringing up, though, is something that we didn't necessarily think about when we were having this discussion 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Because citizens used to be able to come into the county and get a $50 permit for a temporary power pole.
Yep.
And we were having a proliferation of RVs, and we took away that ability. Now, they can't just come and get a power pole just to get a power pole. But one of the things I think that's maybe slipped through that we have not considered, and that's why she's bringing it up, is when we approve someone to build a dock with a boat lift, but they do not yet have a house, they might have buildable space, that's fine. They're getting power.
Yeah.
And when they're getting power, some of them are trying to put up RVs, even on St. George Island.
We don't need that.
Because there's already power there.
Yeah.
So I think that's what Ms. Courtney is trying to bring up. Do we need to at least have a discussion about, yes, we can approve a dock to be built, but if it's gonna require electricity, you know what I mean, unless you have a structure, that's what she's trying to bring up.
But, I understand the policy
Yeah.
issue. I'm just thinking if I have to go to court and defend this, I mean, secondary structure because the issue is a dock, whether it is or is not.
No, the issue is a
secondary.
boat lift.
Okay.
Boat lift requires power. Specifically, that's
So
the
then
issue.
it would be a boat lift as a secondary structure as opposed to a dock. That's,
Yes.
okay.
I mean, that, not saying we're taking the action, but that's what she was bringing
Yeah.
up.
Oh,
That's
I
what she was
understand
trying-
exactly
yeah.
the policy issue that
Yeah.
she's referring to. I mean, I've been around with them in those
Yeah.
those discussions. I mean, I know
Yeah.
exactly why she's bringing it up, but I'm just suggesting to the board that probably a less popular but cleaner approach is just docks or secondary structures, and until you have a primary, then you don't get a secondary, and that's just the end of the discussion.
And we
I see
can-
what you're saying now.
Yeah, and we
I
can
do
do
what
that
you're
way,
saying.
whatever you guys decide, I don't mind.
I like it like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
I got,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there's only one thing. There are certain unbuildable lots on, like in my district, for instance, that's along the river. That, you know, you can't build on them. But what people have done is they've went out and put a dock and tied their houseboats up to it. You know, so I don't know if that would affect a situation like that. So that's just a thought. You may run into that over there, I'm not sure, in the Carabel section with the river.
Yeah.
Because there are pieces of property that are owned that are unbuildable, and people know that. But they went out and built, I can tell you, like, out there by Abercrombie,
Yeah.
Mr. Garland, which I think he sold it though, but he put a gazebo with a little dock. They just ride out there and they'll have a cocktail hour or social event, whatever, you know, just sit around the dock. They don't put campers out there, and there's no power there.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think there's another gentleman that brings in a houseboat from time to time and, you know, moors it there. Again, it's self-sustaining, not power or anything. So you gotta kind of, that's just a thought. I mean, and you know me, I was the first one that said no secondary structure, period.
Yeah.
But then I've got to looking into it, and there are some unique cases, where we'd be able to come back and give those specific individuals a variance, or is this like cut and dry?
So maybe this is something that'll be taken care of more when we do actually get code enforcement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because without that, you're talking about going and changing part of your zoning code, correct?
Yes. Well, you're interpreting the zoning code already has a provision that says secondary structures consist of the following. I don't have the zoning code memorized anywhere like Mr. Carrington does, but I'd be willing to bet I could pull it open and I will not find anything that says a dock is a principal use of a piece of property. I just don't think it's in there.
You probably won't find
Not
docks
in
on the
there.
reference at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so as well. So I think it's just a matter of the board
Okay.
setting policy. I don't think it's
Okay.
necessarily a matter of
So-
changing the
But-
zoning code.
But I agree with what
There's
Commissioner.
both sides of the issue
Yeah.
are valid.
I agree with
Yeah.
what Commissioner Jones said, that when you do allow the electricity to a boat lift, you're allowing that electricity on that property, and therefore they feel like they have the right to put a camper on it.
Yeah. And,
Well, then it's like a lot of things with the commissioners. If people would just follow the rules and you wouldn't have to make certain further regulatory
They won't
decisions.
push
It's
them.
kind of
Yeah.
like the example you just gave. That sounded like someone that knows the rules and follows the rules. But
Right.
Yeah.
What you're trying to address are folks that are breaking the rules, and you're trying to protect the tax base, because when the property appraiser looks at a piece of property that has an RV on it, guess what? it's vacant land all day long. And the
Well-
people that claim they're going to build a house, I mean, I don't know what the statistics are, it might be interesting to know. How many applications said, well, we were going to build a house,
Yeah.
give us a dock. Okay, you got your dock.
Where's
When
your
you build your
house?
house?
Run out of money.
Happens all the time.
Dadgummit.
Well, again, though, maybe this is something to be taken up when we get code enforcement. Because that would be a cleaner way to look at it too. You could just say, look, it doesn't matter if they do got power for their boat lift, they can't have an RV there. You know what I mean? That's pretty cut and dry.
To me, it would be the way to, as we're still working through how to deal with RVs and campers, if we restrict RVs and campers so many feet off the water
Yes.
throughout the county, that would help solve that situation.
Well, I think at the end of the day, unless they're in a RV park, I don't think they should be on barrier islands anyway,
Yep,
period.
Oh, I never have.
I agree with you.
thought that. You know
It should not
that.
be, I would,
No.
I
You
live
shouldn't
in
have to
Belton.
worry
I
about
would
that potentiality during a
yes,
hurricane.
I love the county to be able to restrict
Yeah.
RVs on barrier islands
Yep.
altogether.
Anything else, Ms. Courtney? Anything else?
Nope, that's it, unless
Okay.
y'all have anything for me.
All right.
That was
Well,
good, that was a good report.
thank you. Anyone have anything for Ms. Courtney before we move on? Thank you. Before we move to Ms. Griffin, we're gonna take a 5-minute
Well,
break.
before we take a break,
Yes.
tell me what we're gonna do. Well, I don't think Aaron is ready, so we either go to my report, it
Yes,
could take us
that'd be
past
fine.
12, or we break now for lunch and come back at 1. and
No.
finish it.
I say
No.
go right on through.
Let's
Well,
go
let's
right
take a
on
5-minute
through.
break first.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that,
We'll come to you.
because I mean.
Well, we have
She's
five
old.
minutes.
Oh, there she is.
Ready.
Let's go
You
on
got
through.
5 more minutes.
Let's go on through.
I don't think we can get it knocked out, because I'm
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next in our agenda is Ms. Erin Griffin, Fiscal Manager, Grants Coordinator.
All right, Commissioners.
This is it.
Hmm?
This is your report?
Yep, that's it. Yeah. There's also an electronic copy in you all's email
Okay.
with all the attachments as well. Item number 1, the Florida Department of Transportation has awarded Franklin County $1,650,284 for the SCOP CR67 Phase 3 construction grant. This project is for the construction and CEI services to widen and resurface 1.8 miles of the existing roadway from Forest Road 166 to Forest Road 172 on CR67. The typical road section will consist of 2 12-foot travel lanes with 5-foot paved shoulders. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached FDOT agreement and resolution of authorization.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanders with the motion by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
I've got one question. So we're gonna actually do the 5-foot shoulders on each side?
Correct. Yep, 5 foot on either side, and then there should be an additional 3 foot of just clear space as well.
Okay, because I just wanted to make sure, because y'all shortened it up in this last project on 67.
Yeah.
You shortened it up, and we needed it wider because of the log trucks and stuff, but that's okay. I want to make sure that this part of that road needs to be widened.
Now that is our goal. We have not gone out for construction bids yet, but at this time, that's what we hope to do.
Hope the rest of it's widened out, meet Liberty County.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 2, the roof repair is nearly complete at the old Carabel Annex location. The construction contract was awarded to MKM Quality Construction for $38,810. The full extent of rot repair was unknown at time of the original bid, and that is why the architect prepared the bid specs with an alternate amount awarded for rot repair as needed. Much of the soffit on the building needed to be repaired and or replaced. Below is also a photo of the new roof and just before the new roof was installed. So you guys get a little snapshot before and after photo on the report. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached $6,015.05 first and final change order for the rot repair as part of the re-roofing project for the old Carabel Annex building east of Carabel as funded by the county's LATCF funds.
Motion to approve, and it does look better.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item number 3, this is great news. On October 26th, the county received a request from the Army Corps of Engineers to use the county's property at 354 Patton Drive in East Point to stage dredging equipment. The Army Corps intends to be on site beginning November 20th, 2023 through February 15th, 2024 to correct the areas of concern in the East Point Channel. From what the county has been told, the dredge will be an Army Corps dredge and not a subcontractor of the Corps. Board action to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to use the land beside the Patton Drive boat ramp for staging operations.
Double motion. Triple, quadruple motion.
Double second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Great news.
Yes.
Could not have happened soon
It's
enough.
about time, too.
Well, it's not done yet, but let's hope it gets.
Let's stay
supposed to be.
optimistic. Let's stay positive.
Anyway.
Cold voice of reality.
Yeah, any discussion before we move on, before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, next item number 4. Hurricane Idalia unfortunately caused the collapse of 2 sections, approximately 90 foot of the old FDOT seawall along the east side of the St. George Island Boat Ramp Access Road. The collapse of this seawall resulted in the concrete ribbon curb and asphalt being undermined, and the section of road is now closed due to being unsafe. FEMA is currently reviewing the damage description and photos of the damage. Once the repair is obligated, the county can proceed with the repair of the collapsed seawall section and the road. There were also about 6 boat bumpers that were damaged in the ramp area. The contractor has received the material for the repair and is now just waiting for a low enough tide without wind to be able to weld the mounting bolts back on in the actual boat ramp basin. EOC Director Jenny Daniels, EOC Consultant Jeannie Devlin, Dewberry Engineer Caleb Brown, and I met on site after the storm to assess the damage from Idalia. At that time, we also looked at the north seawall area. It will be necessary to apply for a FEMA mitigation project to stabilize and fortify that area, as the sections of the 60-year-old FDOT seawall around the north bulkhead and below the pier are likely only several storms away from collapse. I will send a separate email to you all with photos of the site. To address the end-of-life concerns for the north seawall, signage that reads "Hazardous Area Keep Out" will be installed at the area to the north of the boat ramp to discourage public access to the area below the pier until a mitigation project can be completed. Board action to authorize a letter to request addition of the north seawall of the SGI fishing pier to the LMS list of mitigation projects.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion?
Yeah, I've got some discussion. This isn't something that we could go into that $1.5 million that we got for this is not something that we could go into that and get it fixed through that, or y'all trying not to have to?
We are trying not to touch that because we feel like probably the seawall replacement will be probably about that much money to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure.
So you're talking about a complete seawall replacement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's on the bulkhead.
Yes.
Yeah, because actually the way the seawall is constructed, there's, of course, the concrete seawall, and then there's some kind of lateral supports called deadmen.
Yep.
And the deadmen have actually decayed so much where the rebar is broken and fractured, and some of the deadmen aren't even holding anymore. So that's kind of why the wall gave loose.
Yeah. Well, like you said in your report, that it was 60 years old.
It is.
It was done in the late 60s.
Yeah.
So you're gonna put it on the local mitigation thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not really pertaining to this motion, but I want to mention it while we're talking about this seawall in this area. I think we've got the design, we're in the design phase of the retaining wall that's going to allow for wave attenuation, correct?
Correct, yep.
And after we get past that step, then we're going to the actual construction of it, correct?
Yep. Right now, we're going design and permitting. Unfortunately, the permitting for anything like that, we're probably looking at about 2 years, even once the plans are finalized, just from our prior experience with some of our other ramp projects.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And this is a very serious, what has happened with the permitting process at the state level?
Commissioner, we've been waiting for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And we're almost there. We're still not quite there. There's one more thing they have to do to try to redo the old ferry dock ramp at East Point and widen it and make it a double ramp. We've been 2.5, 3 years on that project.
Yep.
And we still haven't got all the permits yet.
But my thing is, a project that's gonna, I mean, it's dangerous, okay? So we're maybe gonna have to wait at least 2 to 3 years, maybe more than that, for permitting? That is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It's a long time.
And know that what you asked this morning with the S-curve, expect that. That's, just for
Well,
them
we've
to.
been dealing with that for
Yes,
years.
so that's going to be another DP.
Well,
That was fixing to be my question. Is it DEP that's hanging this up?
Well, it's actually DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers.
Let's just tell them no, I'm not.
Anyway, I wasn't trying to get us off on the wrong foot,
The
but I
microphone
did
is
want to
on.
mention and make sure that residents are aware that there is currently a process being worked on
Yes.
to give wave attenuation there that really should have been considered when the ramp was built, but it wasn't, or there wasn't a clear path forward. I know the first couple of years I was on the commission, when I was talking to DEP, they were like, no way, no how, not gonna happen. But I kept trying to think of a different way to ask the question until we finally come up with something they would be okay with. You know what I mean?
we're gonna have to stay on our legislative delegation. That's the only thing that you're gonna be able to get.
Yeah, and once that arm is actually constructed, that'll actually protect the boat ramp access road in the future as well. So we shouldn't lose any more sections of that seawall once it's repaired. But we will still have the north seawall area that's yeah.
Yeah, without that attenuation,
Yeah.
And it's a good thing we only had allowing foot traffic out there on that bridge then. So that's a very good thing out there, still okay.
All right, we still have to vote, correct?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, next item number 5, attached are resolutions for the adoption of unanticipated revenues as part of the end of the fiscal year bookkeeping. These funds were not included in your originally adopted 22-23 budget because at the time of budget adoption, they were unanticipated. Florida Statute 129 allows a county 60 days after the end of a fiscal year to incorporate unanticipated revenues into the prior year's budget. As grant invoices are still being processed for work completed by September 30th, resolutions and amendments will be part of my report through the end of November. The first resolution is for $10,746 in auction proceeds received from Florida Auction Network for the fencing at Island View Park. The second resolution is for $188,400 in loan proceeds received from People's South Bank and a $35,000 trade-in allowance received from Beard Equipment for the purchase of a 2023 John Deere wheel loader for the landfill. The third resolution is for $599,936 in state and federal FEMA funds received for the reconstruction of Island View Park. The fourth resolution is for $293,900 from leasing to and loan proceeds for the lease purchase of the 2023 dump trucks, and sales proceeds of $332,000 from Next Strand of Tallahassee for the trade-in of the 2021 dump trucks. Board action to adopt the attached budget resolutions.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item is item number 6. As part of the budget process, the County Road Department requested the upgrade of the Fuel Master system at the Franklin County Road Department. The existing fuel system controller has become obsolete and parts are no longer available. The system is utilized by all county departments except for the Sheriff's Department. The fuel system upgrade will include a new system controller and a web-based fuel management system. Syntec is the sole source provider of Fuel Master software and hardware. Board action to approve the attached sole source quote of $47,488.50 for the Fuel Master upgrade for the Road Department.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second with question.
and a second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed.
So we don't have to go out for bids for stuff like this?
It's actually a sole
Only
source.
sole source?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make a note of that for a second.
Is this going to retain it in the same location?
It is. Yep. Yeah, it's not new tanks or anything. It's actually, from what I understand, it's like the hoses and such, and then the hardware that actually does the fuel dispense system.
Okay. All right, any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Harris?
Really just miscellaneous project updates. We're moving forward now with the, once we get back from Tracy, we'll be able to award the health department roof replacement. That's a big deal. Everything else is just in the works.
Yeah, well, I think the deal you brought up about the dredging was a pretty big deal.
Oh, yeah.
That helped me for the rest of the week, I assure you.
Yep. Oh, and we also have a pre-bid meeting on Thursday for the C30 Gulf Avenue washouts area there in Carabel, and that's the one that we've been going back and forth with FEMA because they had the wrong GPS coordinates on the damage description. And then also we have the beach parking improvements, the little parking area over on St. George. That's also Thursday afternoon, so our pre-construction
And
meeting
all
there.
these things continue to be listed on our website in that portal, correct?
They will be, yes. We are, I
wasn't
have been
trying to
sidetracked
nail
by
you down or have a gotcha, Aaron.
I have been sidetracked by the county budget, unfortunately, for the last few months, so I need to update it. Yeah.
Okay,
Aaron's
thank
got
you,
a
Ms.
lot of
Aaron.
hats.
Mr. Braun?
All right, we're back to the original packet, page 24, item 1. Each November after an election, the board has an organizational meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to elect your chairman, vice chairman, and appoint commissioners to committees. As there's no election for county commissioners this year, and in the past, the board has allowed up to 2 years, 2-year terms for the chairman and vice chairman. Is the board agreeable to the status quo for another year? And then we have an organizational meeting in 2024 after that election. That would keep the chairman, Commissioner Jones as chairman, Commissioner Ward as vice chairman. I gave Barnes, I say that all the time. Commissioner Ward as vice chairman, and everybody aside to the committees.
So moved.
I second with comments.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison.
Come
Please
on,
proceed.
question.
Yes, sir.
You still,
We don't ask.
I serve at the pleasure of the board.
We don't ask.
Whatever y'all want to do.
well, I just know you putting a lot in, so.
It is what it
And I
is.
don't think, really, to be honest with you, I didn't realize how much the chair,
That's
until
what
I
I
got.
said, we don't ask,
No,
we
it's all
just
good.
do.
Just,
Yeah, I'm good with it as long as y'all.
I'm trying not to add any more gray hair to that.
Brother, I'm gonna have gray. As long as it don't turn loose, we good.
I'm just messing with you.
There's a term the commissioner award used one time, not
Voluntold.
Voluntold.
That's, yeah, we don't, yeah, no.
Yeah, now, Michael, there is, after we vote, I would like to go from this to another item on your report.
Sure.
Not skipping around. We still got to vote, because it pertains to.
Committee assignment?
Yes.
I think I know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
okay.
So any more discussion on this before we vote?
Just remember, I was concerned about you.
Yes, no, I do appreciate it. I really do. But no, speaking of, if I could, just take a moment of personal privilege. So this year I will be, I've had the pleasure of serving on this board and doing things for this board that I don't take lightly. You know, be the regional planning council or at the state level, or any different things we can do and be involved in, whether it be Gulf Consortium or, you know, any of those things. They're all equally important. And they do take time, but at the same time, I know that there's gonna be a day, even if I'm still on this board, that I'm gonna rotate out of some of that, and somebody else on this board is gonna be serving on the Regional Planning Council. Not because I think that it's something, you know what I mean? I just think that the citizenry will be served best, the more of the commissions involved in all these different agencies. I mean, I just see it happening
I
that
had
way.
the same
That's the
feeling.
way I was taught, and that's the way I believe
taught.
it.
And you see what happens, now you're seeing what happens when you do that.
Oh, yeah.
Because now Franklin County, everybody knows who Franklin County is.
They do.
I'm talking about the government.
Yeah, they
And
do.
they know that we can fight a pretty good fight if we have to.
Well,
So,
they also know that we're
that's good.
united when it comes to serving the citizens of this
There's
county.
there's no price that you can give on institutional knowledge, that's just all there is.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say this, one thing on our end, staff's end, it's benefited a whole lot with all of you guys being so involved and knowing everybody now at that state level. So when we have an issue, it's not about, oh, let's write them a letter. Because that letter used to harm more than it would help. to be
Cause
very-
more friction.
Now, you guys would say, Michael, I'll give him a call, I'll call you back. And that really, you guys don't know how much that helps. It
I'm
really
fixing to
does.
call somebody up there about that permit.
Okay.
I'm still aggravated.
But yes, I agree with you, I thank you guys so much. You just don't know how much you help the office.
Well, it's about serving the people.
It is. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, I believe Commissioner Chairman Jones would like me to skip all the way over to number 12, that's on page 27. Is that the right one?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, so, I informed Mr. Ben Chandler, ARPC, he appeared before you a while back, that Mr. John Berry's Mr. John Berry's board appointment to the Regional Rural Transportation Technical Advisory Committee. Mr. Chandler thanked the board for the appointment, but reminded the county that he also needed a county commissioner appointed to that same committee. So I just need board action to pick a commissioner and assign them to that technical advisory committee, which will meet with Mr. John Berry.
Not it, no, I'm just kidding.
Are you good with that?
Nope.
Huh?
I ain't gonna do it.
That's what I'm asking you.
No.
Are you good with doing that?
I think it's because Mr. Berry, is in your district and Berry's.
Well, I don't want it to be the same thing.
It's not going to be.
Yeah. I think-
Huh?
We need somebody like you.
Yeah.
on the board.
I think what they really want is you and Mr. Berry to team up together, Commissioner.
Can't
That's
have
what
no
they
meetings in hunting season.
They meet quarterly. Commissioner. But this is the transportation planning thing that we've been trying to do.
And y'all really wanna put me on this thing?
That's
now?
what I'm
But to
asking.
be honest
As
with
long
you,
as
you
you
have more
want.
experience.
But you
with
know,
that.
just like you just caught Aaron out on that, with that road, see, I mean, you You brought that up. That was a good thing.
Well,
that you
and
brought up.
two, I served on the Northwest Florida Transportation Corridor Authority from 2005 until 2018.
See, there you just
Well,
sealed the
well,
deal.
I'm writing her name in
Well,
blank as
knowledge.
we speak. I'm putting your name in the
But
blank as we
audits
speak.
need to learn.
Yeah, right now it's critical that we don't need somebody learning. We need somebody there with some experience in this field.
But if I come back and it's
And
too
your
much on
wisdom
me,
is,
Yes,
is
That's fine.
if it's too much on me and I have to come back, now y'all tell me.
That's fine.
Oh, you're good with it, right?
For right now.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
I say.
Do that
So
thing
a
if you do,
motion-
Commissioner.
We have a motion and a second
Better.
for Commissioner Sanders to be our representative on this Transportation Planning Advisory Committee. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Hey, Ted, if you don't mind, you want to come up just in case they need you, have any questions about these next few items? Okay, item number 2, attached to my report is DOT's Public Transportation Grant Agreement. It's 448561-2-94-01. That's a $679,200 grant from structural removal at the airport. County match is not required. One sign, I'll have Mr. Collins provide the board with a timeline. Board action to authorize the chairman's signature on FDOT.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 3, Commissioners, over the last few weeks, the county's advertised for airport maintenance specialist. This is a full-time county position with benefits that will work under Mr. Ted Mosteller. There was only one applicant, Mr. Scott Kelly. He's currently a Parks and Rec employee. The county personnel policy gives priority to current employees requesting a transfer to a vacant county position. So with all that said, basically I need board action to approve Mr. Scott Kelly's transfer from Parks and Rec to the new airport maintenance specialist position, and that will be effective November 15th.
What's gonna be the starting pay?
He will be able to move the
He'll,
current salary
he'll,
he has.
he'll move right across.
He'll be-
Yeah, there's
okay,
no
he'll
change.
just move across?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's not gonna mess up his retirement, is it?
Oh, no.
No.
Cause it's the same
Not at all.
retirement?
Yep, same retirement class and everything.
Yep, because this is a county full-time position.
And
with
you're gonna have
benefits.
him do more than just mowing the airport?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Ted is working on the whip as we speak.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 4, Commissioners, attached to my report, there was an email from Mr. Andrew Hartman, Centric Aviation, UFVO, requesting county approval to operate a rental car business at the airport. Based on this email, and Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum, he's the airport chairman, Airport Advisory, Airport Operations Economic Development Board chairman, his October 17th meeting report to you. The AOD is recommending a 10% surcharge in each rental. I think surcharge might not be the right term, but that's what Mr. Kirschenbaum used. Is apparent that further discussion or negotiations are needed before considering any final action on this matter. Should I add Centric to the next meeting agenda to discuss this request? Would you prefer the board to assign staff and/or Attorney Schultz to discuss and negotiate with Centric or any other combination? How would the board like to move forward with this request?
Is this Centric?
Yes.
Yes. Well, let me say this before we get started. I'm fine with them actually presenting to the board what they're wanting to do. I will tell you this, and here's the reason why. We're in the sunshine, so I'll just go ahead and say it. I've talked with them at least 4 or 5 different times over the last year, pushing for them to add more rental cars at the airport, not just for the pilots, but for people that live here. Because as it is now, and none of them are Avis or Hertz, it's something they're taking on. Now, if we get enough business at the airport, eventually you might be able to get a contract from Avis or Hertz, but usually they go by population, kind of like the discussion we had about the gun range. You know, if you don't have a population count, they're not interested.
Yeah.
But, and I understand and appreciate that if they're gonna make money, you're trying to, but we don't have an airport authority. We have a county-owned airport. I would like to see, me personally, I would like to see them, if they're gonna be able to sustain and keep this, then they know that a year later, we're gonna talk about what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't bring it to them. On the face of it, they might not say this, but on the face of it, it looks like You know, I've been pushing them to add car rentals, and now I'm pushing for a way to us to make money. And that I don't particularly care for. You know what I mean? So I would like for them to be here to present what they're talking about doing.
I'd like
so
to
the
have
board
them
can know.
before us.
Okay.
I agree. I'm in agreement with that.
I'm in complete agreement with that, but also while we're here, if y'all will look on our lease agreement with them, on, paragraph 2 payment, and I've highlighted sections E, explains what they agreed to.
Yes.
And it's a non-aviation, it's a SASO. It falls within the agreement that we did with them. And relatively speaking, I agree with you. I would like to see a public car rental service and stuff out there. But a 10% commission, or whatever we name it, search, I'm not sure what the correct terminology is not, I mean, think about it this way. If they rent a car for $90, you're talking about a $9 fee to the county. More than likely, that's gonna be a pass-through cost that they're gonna use. You're not, I mean, if you drive to Panama, it's gonna cost you way more than $9 to
Oh,
rent,
yeah.
you
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not asking them something that's astronomical. I mean, we're not going into a 50-50 partnership on this with them or
Right.
anything. But, I mean, it's a reasonable fee. And also keep in mind, we're not always gonna probably have Jingoli. I hope we do, but we're not. So we're gonna have to figure out creative ways, and that's why we have this in the contract, for us to accumulate money to keep continuing to pay for that employee, where we don't go back and have to pull from our pocket, so to speak.
That's right.
So that's why I want y'all to really consider what's being discussed as far as it goes. It's not that I'm opposed to it. I mean, actually, it's just the opposite. I encourage it. But, you know, Centric has to understand that we want them to be successful, but we can't sit there and just not get anything for the county in return. That's the taxpayers' airport,
Yep,
and we have
it's
to
true.
treat it as such, so.
Mhm.
And
Well, that'll give them a chance if they're here publicly, we're gonna talk
Okay,
about it.
and Commissioner Emerson is correct, because I know Aaron look at me and smile. Before Jingoli, the airport didn't have a budget.
Nothing.
I was thinking the same thing.
There was no money.
There was no budget, so
No.
yes, Commissioner Emerson, you're correct. There was, without yeah, pretty much, yeah. And,
Yes.
and, you know, and I've talked about this to Commissioner Emerson too. That used to be the issue, a lot of the criticism that we had before, because we were using taxpayers' money to fund the airport, and people are asking why. I mean, it just, you know, so, yes, okay.
Do you want this by motion, or do you
Please-
want?
Yeah, please. I was-
Okay, I
yeah.
make a motion that we,
Have them to the next, add them to the next agenda.
yeah, add Centric to the next agenda to have a discussion with the board.
Yeah, second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, a second by Commissioner Amison. We're adding Centric to our next agenda to discuss this car rental business with us.
And Ted, I'll let Andrew know, okay?
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, item number 5, at your last meeting, I informed the board that there was only one applicant for the vacant Airport Operations Economic Development Board vacant seat. However, the AOED members wanted to include the candidates that were not selected during the initial selection of the board members earlier in the year. Not confusing. Hopefully, the board was not in favor of including those initial candidates, as it was not the normal procedure used for selecting advisory board members, and you're correct. As an option, if the board is mine, I'd like to re-advertise for this vacant seat and add language to the advertisement informing potential candidates that previous applications or letters of interest will not be considered. Basically, if they're interested, they need to send me a new application. And I'll do it again for a couple of weeks. Commissioner
So
Emerson, is that good?
basically resubmit it.
Yes.
No.
And
They
that's-
can resubmit.
And
I'll
I
do
think
just
that
for
would be
two-
the cleanest way to do it.
Yes, it is.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna do that for 2 weeks if everybody's good
Okay.
with that.
And keep in mind, this is the alternate position, so
Alternate.
it's
It
not,
is.
it's not,
Yeah.
it's
I
not.
so move.
anything. I'll
Second.
second.
We have a motion to approve, we have 2 seconds. Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Amison. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, last airport item on my report at the Airport Operations Economic Development Board, October 31st meeting. There was a discussion of using one of the hangars, and I'm going to refer to it as a helicopter hangar, and Ted could explain more, to store airport maintenance equipment. Even though this hangar is currently leased, there's a likely possibility that it's a non-compliant use of that hangar. I informed the AOED board members that the best process would be to obtain a copy of the lease, and with your approval, have Attorney Schuler review the lease for non-compliant use and discuss how to move forward with that issue with the board. And I'll pause there to say, he probably needs to work with Ted, look at all of the hangars, because we don't want to seem like we're picking on somebody. So I will ask that we do all.
Mr. Chairman, didn't we already ask for this? I know we keep talking about, didn't we have where you went and looked at all the
Yes.
hangars?
Yes.
Okay,
We sure
okay.
did. We sure did.
Has anything changed since then?
No. The reason for the helicopter hangar, the door is only 12 feet wide or thereabout, so you cannot get a winged aircraft in there. Now, we have two options. One is to convert it to, or use it for airport equipment, like we're referring to, or change that door to a wide opening door, just like the rest of the hangars, which is the second option, so.
Let me ask you a question. If the door's not wide enough to put a plane in there, how is it non-compliant use? You can't put a plane in it.
That's true.
I mean,
That was one of the.
Unless they're not keeping a helicopter in there, I mean.
I don't think
but
it's,
then that's-
I believe what's happening, and I
You
may be
talking about
wrong.
non-aviation? When you say that?
Non-aviation
Okay.
stuff.
That's fine. You just said non-compliant. I didn't.
Basically, we're turning into a storage unit.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
okay.
didn't kind of, because I kind of mentioned what it is in there.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know what's
fine.
in there now. But Commissioner Ward, so what happened when we did that initial inspection, at the time, there was an issue with the apron, the sidewalk, where it was lower than the other before we did those repairs. So there was a concern that if we move everybody out that was non-compliant, had stuff in their store that was airplane or, that there was an issue anyway with planes getting in there because they would damage their front wheel. But I think we fixed that now. with one
Not yet,
brand.
not yet.
Oh,
You have to go around it.
Okay, so we have to go around.
You have to be
That was
careful
one of the
because
grants
if you
we had
don't,
the other day. But anyway, that was the one issue why we didn't really take any action at that time, Commissioner Ward. So,
Yeah.
but now, I mean, if Ted is saying they can go around it and not damage their airplane doing that, then yeah. So we don't have a grant to fix that?
it's in the making, yes,
Okay.
but it's not happening yet.
I'll call John for a timeline on that, but
Good.
okay.
I believe that's the one we discussed about triaging what in the apron actually
Yes.
needs to be
Yes.
repaired versus going and resurfacing
Doing
or
all of it,
rehabbing
yeah. Okay.
something that's pretty much, but just, Mr. Chairman, just for a moment of your time, the best way to clear this up, and I think we've asked for it before, now that we do have the T hangers are back in the county, in our scope or whatever, I mean, in our control, we pay Century to do a management fee.
Yes.
We should have a copy of those those lease agreements. I mean, we don't even know we don't even know the person we don't even know the name of the person that leases the airport.
For the most part, that's true.
I mean,
So,
here we are, we've got T-hanger rentals out there that are the county's T-hangers now, and we don't even know who the clients are.
yeah.
I mean, we need to have that record. We need to see those lease agreements. Not only that, it would provide, I'm not sure exactly how the language is on the lease agreement, but it should provide what type of aircraft it is, a tail number possibly, all this stuff that needs to be plugged into the data anyway, so we can continue to get funding out there. It just seems to me that if we're gonna sit here and be the landlord, which we are, we should have a copy of the lease, between the tenant.
I agree.
Absolutely.
So I would like to,
So that's basically my motion. I just, I'm planning on asking for copies of all the leases and keys, and I just want to make sure your board is good with it. So it's more of a motion of support that you agree with me, and that's the direction I'm going to go.
and we can quit going in circles with this and then just get
So
past it.
is included in what you have written here for the motion, copies of the leases, keys, or copies of the keys, and are authorized in Turner Shoulder to review the leases of all the hangars? Or just the one hangar?
Well, I'd said the one, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we want to get Attorney Schuler to sit with Ted and no?
There's only one issue on the table. Let's don't go looking for trouble.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Chairman.
I just wanted to make sure before people started saying that's my motion, you know what I mean? Want to
Well,
make
I
sure
mean,
we're
we
talking
could just go with whatever current lease agreement they've had through Centric through the past years and honor that. But we just need a copy of that, so we have some transparency over what is going on, at least we can get the client's name. I mean, you know, it just seems like it would be a lot less confusion if we just had copies of this where we could just move forward.
That's right.
We're getting hung up in this, and it just
Well-
seems like we're circling back around every 2-3 months on the same thing, and
Well,
it's just
can
beating
I-
a dead horse.
That's what I was asking, what, and then we already
Yeah.
addressed this? It seems
Can
like the
I
same
ask
stuff.
something,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is that lease different from the other leases?
We don't know. We
No,
haven't
that
seen it.
hangar's different, the way that hangar's made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they know for sure there's not an airplane in there, because the one airplane can't fit in there.
There's a helicopter in there.
No.
Don't know.
It's a helicopter hangar.
That's just what they call it.
Oh, it's a helicopter.
They just called it the helicopter hangar.
It ain't got no airplane or no helicopter.
Don't know.
Or
There you
nothing
go.
that flies in the sky.
There you go, Commissioner.
Okay, but, well, we'll just wait. We'll let Michael Shooter figure this one out.
Yes.
We'll let him figure it out, because I was just thinking, what if they had the drones?
Could
You
have,
know,
Well-
I'm just thinking,
could
We
have.
could,
you know,
with that, we could.
technicality.
I know.
Yes. Once we get the keys and,
I'm not
and
borrowing
the
no
leases,
trailer.
then we could probably do another inspection, like what Commissioner Ward was referring to, get an
Yeah.
updated list, and then from there
Yeah.
we go. And let me say this, because I know I've heard a couple of times that we've gone through this. We have, but I did talk to Andrew, after the last meeting, and he called, he said, well, Michael, I've never really been asked for the keys since we signed the new FBO hangar. He said, I got no problem with giving you copies of the keys.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you guys know, and I'm hoping that, I expect that it will be the same answer for the leases. It
Right.
shouldn't be an
Is he
issue.
the guy from Centric?
Yes.
Yes.
See, I need to meet these people, because I don't even know who they are.
Oh, you will in the next meeting.
I guarantee you, I'll meet them.
We don't have, I'll make the motion. I don't think we have a motion yet, so.
No, we do not.
Second.
So we have a motion to request copies of all the airport hangar leases, copies of the keys from Centric, and we're authorizing Attorney Schuler to review the lease for what we refer to as a helicopter hangar for non-compliant use.
Yes,
Okay, but they
that's
don't
the
have a
motion.
helicopter.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the motion made by Commissioner Ward.
A second.
We have a second to that by Commissioner Amison. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next, more good dredge good news, more dredge good news. So the county received notification that the 2-mile dredge is complete, including the Army Corps of Engineers, their final inspection and survey. That's been done. As we discussed at an earlier meeting, we're able to engage the dredge contractor to extend the channel to the county's boat ramp. I mean, extend or maintain, the right word. This dredge would ensure access, especially during low winter tides. Get that together. That project is also complete. Commissioner Amison visited the boat ramp, did his inspection during a low tide to verify that the dredge was sufficient. Total cost for the additional dredge is $10,000. They've sent their invoice. This cost will be paid from TDC. That maintenance of the channel is an allowable expense. I just need board action to pay at the next meeting, Aaron, it'll be fine. So I would need no need for a special check run. It'll be paid at the next meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
A second.
second by Commissioner Amison.
With comment.
Go ahead.
If y'all wanna see pictures, I got pictures
Yeah,
on it.
Commissioner Amison did send me pictures. I'm sorry, I meant to put them up there so you guys could see. Apologize for that.
No,
I would
that's
like
fine.
to see those. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, I've attached the code enforcement RFP advertisement. This is the ad that will go out. It will also include that you will receive a packet from myself or Courtney later in the week that will be the FRP documents packet, basically telling all applicants specifically what we need from them as they send in their packet to be reviewed by the board. I have a closing date of December 18th, and if there's sufficient responses to the ad, we will open them on the 19th, and we could start the selection process, and hopefully, first of the year, we should have somebody under contract good to go.
I'll make a motion with a question.
Okay.
So it says here that you're gonna advertise it in the local newspaper in
Oh.
Leon and Bay counties. What's this, what about Indeed? I know you mentioned Indeed earlier.
It's Demand Star. Indeed is for employees, Demand Star will be for.
Okay, I
Yes, so
got
it'll be
you.
Demand Star. And, I'm sorry, Aaron reminded me of this yesterday. We actually do not have a contract with the Tallahassee Democrat.
You have an existing account with Panama City News Herald, so that's up to you all if
So
you want
it-
it advertised in both places or
I think we should, but I just need as part of the motion permission to create,
An account?
an account.
Me personally, I think we need to cast our net as wide as we can. So that way we can, you know,
Yeah.
hopefully get a nice big array of applicants and then be able to pick and choose who we want.
Yep.
Because to provide the service that we are gonna definitely need.
What about on column, Michael?
Column is what we use to upload it, is that what we use
That's
to
actually
upload
what
it?
we upload for the Apalachicola Times.
Yes,
Okay.
that's a software.
City News Herald and Tallahassee Democrat, we actually email elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'll make my motion to authorize this in addition to reaching out to Tallahassee Democrat to
Okay.
get on their,
Yeah, we
whatever
create an account
portal.
and run it there.
Okay.
Works for me.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Now, Commissioners, earlier I gave you guys some homework and none of you did it, so I gotta go back to item 3. I'd ask you guys to amend the motion that the transfer of Mr. Scott Kelly includes Fonda's ability to advertise for that vacant position.
So moved.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion to approve that, second. A motion from Commissioner Amison, second from Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 9, there's been numerous board discussions on stormwater plans, restriction of field, clear cutting of lots, including a recent special meeting and workshop. Based on some of the information, comments, opinions at these special meeting and workshops, and discussion with staff, it is my recommendation that we engage Dewberry, our engineers of record, to create a policy that would address the issue and concerns of the board, public, and contractors. I've had some discussions with Dewberry staff, Josh Baxley, and they are ready to proceed if the board agrees. Let me pause there, Commissioner Amison. Josh told me, I brought up the Mexico Beach. He said, yeah, that's a good starting point, but they had issues that he would like to discuss with staff and the board so that we don't have make the same mistakes that they did with implementation.
That's
So-
the great thing about
Yes.
kind of piggybacking.
It
You see
sure
where
is.
They messed up.
Yes.
So once we receive that draft policy from Dewberry, you can schedule a workshop to allow your residents and contractors an opportunity to discuss this policy. After that, Attorney Schuler could be authorized to proceed with scheduling a public hearing to adopt the policy as an ordinance. If you guys are good with this, I'd like to go ahead and engage Dewberry and let's start this process ASAP.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Last week, Commissioners, I met with county's Vector Security representative, and we visited the Carabel and East Point Library branches and the gun range behind the Humane Society to determine each location's security camera and security access needs, based on the board's request. I'm not gonna read those up, but I have the 3 proposals. Know that security is for access and then surveillance is the cameras. That's why the prices are broken down that way. If my arithmetic is correct, basically installation cost for all 3 would be $6,592. That'll be a one-time cost, but the monthly monitoring, which is reoccurring each month, would be $317.90 for each of those locations. Board actions approve these quotes, and we can start with the install and camera.
Excuse me.
The access system and the surveillance equipment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll motion to approve this with a question.
Okay, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Do we have a second?
Sounds like somebody wants to hear your question
All right,
first.
we have a second by Commissioner Amison. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
The money, just for the record, that's coming out, that's paying for all this, does that come out of the courthouse maintenance budget?
Yep, that's how we pay for security at courthouse maintenance.
I mean,
All 3
it's
locations.
It's a shame that we even have to deal with this and have to pay for stuff like this, because people abuse our libraries and our facilities that we provide, but it's gonna have to happen. I mean, it's inevitable. So, that was my question, thank you.
It is.
I have a question that's kind of related to at least one of these areas, and now's probably the best time to talk about it. We're here in the sunshine. Commissioner Ward, did you ever hear back from FWC about the gun range and about their qualification? Are they still tight on that qualification?
Yes, they are. And Mr. Chairman, I was gonna bring this up, I probably should have brought it up under Ms. Tracy's report, but we realized that that probably wasn't the best route to use a legislative appropriation for
Yes.
something like that either.
Yes.
So that's why that wasn't discussed today.
Okay.
But what's frustrating is, again, we have this issue with the population, and I don't think they're gonna back off that. And to be honest with you, we don't really need what they want
No.
or what they are requiring. Me personally, I think somebody just wants to go out there and shoot their gun, sight their rifle in for hunting season, I think is appropriate enough. So why not just give them what they have currently? We just got to figure out where to
Another
put it.
location. Okay.
That's it.
Fair enough. Well, I know that was one of the ones added to, was for the gun range. That's the reason I brought it up.
And the reason I think why we're doing the cameras at the gun range, as we've discussed before, is there's people out there supposedly shooting up TVs and
Yes.
things they're not supposed to be doing,
Yes.
and to see how much is being utilized, so that we can maybe have some data and try to figure out what we're going to do, what the next step is.
Okay.
For the record, I wrote out there, I didn't see a TV.
I've been out there a couple
That's
times
good.
and never seen the TV.
I
yet
think
either.
somebody heard you say TV and they went and cleaned it up.
I have. Any more discussion before we vote?
Just to beat that dead horse, we've already got these camera systems at Abercrombie and the Lombardi, so this is all.
Same company. Actually, Commissioner, let me know for the record.
And other places.
Abercrombie one is from another company. I'm trying to work with Vector to upgrade that system.
Okay.
So it's easier, I have easier, remember that issue I had
Yep.
with that one incident?
Mhm.
That it was just frustrating, yes, I'm working with them to get that updated too.
That's what I was alluding to earlier. about
Yes,
If we can get it
okay.
all under one system, we think it'd benefit us a lot
It
better.
does.
It'd be a lot more efficient anyway.
Yeah.
Just to clarify as well, because, with certain departments or certain areas, we don't really have a department to actually assign the cost, so that's why courthouse maintenance will end up catching a lot of the buildings that don't have a specific department, such as Chapman Auditorium,
Right.
for example, let's say, Carabel Annex, this courthouse, the old jail, all of those camera systems are paid for by courthouse maintenance. However, when there is a specific department, such as the Seafood
Parks and
Landing
Recs,
Park, that is
yeah.
maintained by Parks and Recreation,
Yeah.
that does hit that budget for the subscription for the cameras. The same would be true for the library. So, any cameras at the St. George Island Park, the board would actually pay for the capital equipment, and then also, but the recurring subscription charges
Would
would
come
be
out of that
borne by Parks and
budget,
Recreation.
okay.
Yeah. So
That makes sense.
when this budget goes up, you kind of understand why.
Okay. Any more discussion before we vote?
One more thing, let's make sure we put these cameras where they're not obscured.
Yes.
Well, that would be up to the installer.
Yeah,
They're
but
professional
but
there.
at the library at Carabel, I'm like, oh my God, that's like right. And I don't know if they put the cameras up before the storm shutters, but anyway, it's like we could see it. It's like she was right there, and anyway, we just need to get some better visualization. Make sure they're putting it in a good spot.
Yes, ma'am. He both library locations, he looked at me, he said, okay, Michael, why do you have a camera there? They're all three seeing the same thing.
It's hard to answer that question.
Yeah.
Problem I have.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote.
All right, we did 11, we did 12. Let's go down to the bottom of the page to do 13. The annual Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Celebration event was held at Fort Coombe Armory prior to its temporary closing. This event has always been a very well attended, which included local and regional community leaders, elected officials, and residents alike. The nonprofit event committee would like to move the event back to the Armory for 2024. However, they are experiencing a cash flow issue because of the last couple of years that they've done it. The committee is asking the board to consider waiving either all or part of the $250 one-day rental fee, and that's for 2024 only. They have plans to do some fundraising for future years. So just for the board to think about it, to see if you, how do you feel about waiving part of?
I don't have no problem waiving it.
Mr. Chairman, I will say this, though, you know how I feel about it, if we do it, and then I see that they're nonprofit, that's the key word,
Yes.
nonprofit. But if we do it for this nonprofit, then we gotta do it for every other nonprofit that asks,
As
so,
lo- Yes.
that's the way I feel about that.
Yes, the chairman and I talked about it, because he would like, after today, I work with Fonda, we come up with a policy, and Attorney Schuler come with a policy of some sort for this, so he doesn't have to come back But the trigger words, like you said, it will be nonprofit and it can't be a fundraiser where you're using it to
To
raise
pay,
money.
right.
Yes, it's an event like this, that's a community event, you know, so, yes.
Has the board waived anybody else's nonprofit?
Yes.
Not,
We
Anybody else?
waived that, well, it wasn't a nonprofit, I'm sorry.
yeah, but
This
remember
is
now,
for
that-
the
fundraiser for the kid.
fundraiser for the
fish
baby
fry, yeah,
and stuff
that's
like
one,
that.
the
We-
fish
Yeah, I think stuff like that is, and I mean, obviously that's, we need to, we should.
Yes.
But, I just, again, if we do it one, we gotta do it for everybody else. And
Okay.
that's, but I do agree with making a policy about that, so we don't have to come before the board every
Okay.
time.
and then Wanda will enforce that policy as he sees fit.
I'm fine with it, you know, waiving all of it or at least part of it. I definitely don't think we need to pay full, but there are concerns about making sure it's consistent for everybody, you know what I mean?
Do we have a,
But if there's a way we can word it and put it in our policy, I mean, it's a great event, it's a great day, it's a national holiday, you know what I mean? So,
oh, yeah,
I think all those are important.
I think it's very important.
Given the time that we have on this, do we wanna just sit back and wait on Fonda to get that established and then let it take care of it, or do we need to
No,
make it?
if you guys don't mind just waiving it this time, I'll come back to you with a policy for all future events.
Do we, you motioned, right?
No, I didn't motion.
I'll make a motion to waive all.
Okay,
Okay, so we have a motion to waive the complete one-day rental fee for this event, by Commissioner Ward.
Oh, second.
Do we have a second by Commissioner Amison? Any discussion?
Let me just, I'm thinking about maybe amending the motion to state, do we need to make a motion in addition to this to direct staff to come up with this policy? Okay, I'm gonna amend my motion to reflect, to waive all of this, but then come up with a policy for future to where the money can be waived to rent the armory for certain individuals.
In my second.
All right, so the motion and the second have both been amended to reflect that language. Any discussion on the amended motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
thank you, Commissioners. Item 14, the Alligator Point St. Teresa Association is requesting board approval to temporarily close Alligator Drive from the marina to the Welcome Garden for a Christmas parade on December 9th, starting at 2 p.m. The association has cleared this parade route with the Sheriff's Department prior to coming to you guys to make sure it was good with him. I just need board action to approve closing the parade route on Saturday, December 9th for the Alligator Point St. Teresa Christmas
So
parade.
moved.
Here we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward.
Did he give you a chance?
I was trying to.
Second by two, Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Sanders. I just have a
I was
question.
trying to.
I do have a
I had a
question.
question to ask though.
Okay.
for-
What, and it doesn't, I'm not trying to, I'm just wanting to clarify. So I know they said they had the parade route cleared with the Sheriff's Department. There's not any DOT involvement in any of this stuff?
No, I don't-
right?
no,
The
no state roads.
DOT has no involvement with Alligator Point.
I just want to make sure.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
That's another permit to go fill out, you guys just don't know,
I know.
yeah.
That's the only reason I was
Good
asking.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, my thing was, how long do they want to close the road for?
He didn't say, but he said the parade won't be that long, it's a small.
Well, I mean,
Probably,
that's the whole distance. I mean,
Yeah.
from the Welcome Garden to the marina, that's the whole distance of the road.
yeah.
So I'm just wondering.
I'll make sure well, I'm hoping that the sheriff will help with any detours or,
I don't think there's any detours, is there?
yeah, I know, I said that thinking
Look at
like
the
there really
bay,
isn't
but
any way to
from the
detour,
Gulf.
so yeah.
If you would, Michael, ask them.
Okay.
If they give us approximate about how long the parade will last, whether
Okay.
it's 30 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes. Just so we know, and or in case people ask us, we'll be informed.
Okay.
We won't be not knowing.
And we may need to also look at some signage way ahead of time.
Yeah, the electronic,
Yeah.
I'll ask.
Yeah.
Well, it's 30 miles an hour
Yeah.
speed limit down there too, so it's not like the hot rod. And,
Yeah, but I'll ask
Shouldn't
Jen,
be.
we could put up an electric sign so
I
they
think
know
you
ahead
give
of time.
people time to plan around it too.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That way they
Oh,
can.
Know what's coming. Yeah, so we did make a motion second on this? or no?
Yes.
Okay. You never know, it's been a long day. It seems short, but it's been long. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, so 15 is an informational item that I think we need to just let you guys know. So last week, Ms. Griffith and I, we met with Brian Hall of Carr, Riggs and Ingram to discuss the format of the financial report requested by the board for both clinics and EMS. Mr. Hall explained that there were some challenges extracting the data, and not necessarily Weed's fault, it's just some things that happened. And he would like the opportunity to discuss some of these issues with each commissioner before finalizing the report. He will drive down and spend an hour with each of you, if that's what's needed, or we could do it virtually, whichever is more convenient for you. And he asked that we schedule these meetings in early December to allow him time to arrange his schedule. But one of the things is that they changed they had switched their accounting program and their billing program mid-2022, so where he can get some data for 12 months, he can only get others for 3 months, and he kind of really wants to sit with you and go over the numbers and answer any questions you have about what you ask him for.
Yeah, before he finalizes it.
Before he provides that. And basically that report is basically an income statement, because you wanted to know revenues and your expenses on the bottom line. That's what you're asking for, basically.
And his report's only gonna be as good as the data going in.
That's right.
You know,
Right.
like, he's preparing a report from numbers that he didn't necessarily come up with. Those numbers are being provided by the hospital.
And he didn't want a report full of like accounting notes, and then you would have to, he just rather sit and talk to each of you face to face. Okay.
Fair enough.
Let's see, 17, because we did 15. Okay, 17, ethics class. Commissioners, I'm sorry I was unable to set up that ethics class on the 28th. I would recommend, guys, we just have Courtney register each of you with FAC. You take the class on your tablets, you know, at your own convenience. You can stop and start and whenever you want, and just as long as you get it done before December 31st.
So once you register, she's just gonna email us a link?
Yep, you'll get a link with your username and password. You just log in and you take the class. If everybody, if I can say that. Now, let me do this. Let's see if I can get this done before I start the other one. Let's see if it works. Please work.
Share your screen.
Come on, really? Well, it's not. Trying to share this screen. There we go. Which one is it? That screen, that.
You fixing hack it? Oh, that's.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's what we're talking about there.
Yeah.
All right, commissioners. So Mr. Larson and Mr. Ross, they were invited by Mr. Rob McAtee. He's the 10-8 fire representative for this area. They paid for their room and board and meals to travel down to Bradenton to look at the fire truck. This is where this picture was taken. And Mr. Robert Avick met the group there. Mr. Ross, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, stated that they had an opportunity to fill the truck with water, run the truck, and pump all the water out, emptying the storage tank. They were satisfied. Mr. McAfee, he stopped by my office last week to inform us that the truck will be driven to 10H Fire Service Center in Defuniak Springs, where they're gonna outfit it with all that extra equipment that we were able to pay for because we had a little bit more money in the grant. They're gonna do that there. And he thinks delivery date will be around mid-December. I'll continue to update the board to delivery date more certain, because I think we need to have some kind of special event when that truck gets there, and especially to include your representative and your senator, because they were really good with getting us that money to get this truck. And I got a bunch of other pictures, but this one, I think that picture says it all. Yes.
Yeah. And like I said, with my, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, we had a fire out there the other day, and Carabelle's response, Alligator Point responded too, but it totally engulfed the house. But anyways, maybe not too long in the future, we'll have that up and running.
I would.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Schuler, does the insurance cover us if I want to drive the fire truck?
No.
No?
You have to have special EVOL licenses for that.
Well,
It
will?
Yeah, it will be on the county's insurance, actually.
Oh, don't give him no ideas now.
Hey, don't rain on his dream.
I always wanted to drive a fire truck. Okay. And Commissioner, I I thought I had it in front of me, but I don't. Some of the fire, they're certified, so 4 or 5 of them have been certified in EMS, and another 3 or 4 certified something else. So they're getting their certifications, getting ready for this truck.
Yeah, I talked to them week before last, and they've got one more class, the EVOC class, and then they'll be ready to hit the road.
Good.
They said, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And we're getting the EMS unit out there and all that,
So
that's really good.
It's coming together.
It is.
Finally.
It just takes a while to
It
get
does.
things done.
That's
Yes.
frustrating.
It is, and that's what is frustrating, but, you know, we'll get it all done. And maybe we won't have no more fires. That was just, unfortunate.
It was.
So, Michael, have they said in talking with them, as far as getting people certified and getting them ready to go, or are they looking at maybe beginning next year, they'll be able to
Yes.
actually start the,
It sounds that way to me, even talking
kind
to.
of change our
Well, it
relationship here?
sounds like to me.
To Robert Amick, yes, that, he
Okay.
says they're doing really good, and,
Yeah.
I think they got a few more, right, Commissioner?
Mhm, I
A few
think
more
he said that
volunteers
today.
joined after they,
Yeah.
you know how it goes, when they see good things happening, more people wanna be part of it, so yes. So, I'm hoping January, Commissioner, like, they
Yeah,
get the truck, they'll be
hopefully
ready to go as their own department.
Okay.
All right, of course, that Florida Forest Service, that annual report, we get that every year. And there you let me know, I can have Joey, Mr. Toronto call you. And your next meeting date is Tuesday, November 21st at 9 a.m.
Correct. Anyone have anything for Mr. Morone?
Mr. Chairman, I do, and it kind of can go between Aaron and Michael's report. I know we had talked about road paving and contractors and such in the past. When are we gonna be able to, because I've already given a list, and of course, as I said before, there was some things done that I really didn't want done, or things I wanted done that didn't get done. Can I still, I mean, where are we at on, I guess, I know we're gonna go out for bids for road contractors, or?
We're actually out for RFQ right now for county engineering services.
Okay.
So that's kind of gonna be step one, because
Okay.
they would be the ones to actually prepare the draft bid documents. But if you have some projects that are anticipated to be less than 25,000, we can go about it the 3 written quotes method. So it just kind of depends on what.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be less than that though, because the way prices are now, but,
It's hard to know, isn't it?
yeah, it is. Okay,
But I anticipate probably by January, because we should have it awarded as far as the county engineering contract, and we can move forward at that point.
okay, all right, thank you,
Is that it, Commissioner?
yes.
I have something, Ms. Aaron, I forgot to mention. I know that a while back we did some of the playgrounds with LATCF funds, and I failed to remember one in my district. I don't know if we can get the company that we're talking with to kind of look at it and give us a quote and go from there. But we actually have a playground at Indian Creek, and it's got really old and dilapidated material in it, down on the water close by the bay. But, yeah, if we're gonna be doing that with all of our playground equipment, we need to look at that as well.
Okay, yeah, I'll have Steve Larson go look at it for us.
Yeah, and then when you bring it back, then we can take action on it. The other thing, Michael, is I know it's something, I got an email yesterday about it. I never did respond because I was gonna talk to you today. The meeting that the lady was wanting to have with us on the 14th.
Yes.
I cannot attend. We're about to have one of our employees at CarQuest on vacation, so we're gonna have one person at each location for the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
So that rules me out.
That's the lady with the traffic,
Yes.
school traffic
Yeah.
software.
I mean,
the
y'all can
cameras.
still do it if y'all can do it without, I'm fine with that, but I can't attend it.
Okay.
I'm gonna be working by myself, so
It's fine.
that's all I had. Anyone else?
I got one thing, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Let me get to my calendar right
Okay.
quick. Are we still on at 10:30 next Thursday with Triumph?
No, actually, they just confirmed on December 8th.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
we're
gonna
going.
send that out, yes.
Yeah, they canceled.
That's the one at the airport?
Yeah, our representative on Trump, actually, they're doing the award or some ceremony for the Wakulla
Yeah.
communication system, and she wants to be there. But
Right.
she also wants to be at our meeting, so she asked that we.
Okay, that's fine. I was just getting my calendar.
Commissioner, what's her name?
And you said, what was the date?
You
December?
talking about Ms. Corey?
December 8th.
December 8th.
You talking about Corey, is that? who you're talking
Corey, yeah.
No, not Corey. What's the board member, the Triumph board member that lives in
Oh,
Wakulla County?
I don't remember her name actually.
Can't remember her name, yeah, okay.
I think I know, but if I say it and it's wrong, it's not gonna be good.
Yeah, okay.
We'll just wait till we turn the camera on.
I'm good. All right. Turn the shoulder.
All right, I know in at least my conversations with one of the commissioners, referred to our next meeting as November the 17th. I'm looking at my handwritten note for scheduling the golf cart workshop. It also says the 17th, and item number 1 on my report says the 17th. So here's the explanation. That's my wedding anniversary. That's not your meeting date. So my apologies for having the incorrect date on there.
I thank God we didn't have to worry about that.
So,
you
item
wanna
number
work
1,
on your anniversary?
the last board, I'm sorry?
You wanna work on your anniversary?
That's what I
No,
was
you don't.
thinking of.
Okay, I'm
The
just-
one
You
thing
don't
that's
wanna
more
work on-
important to me than the commission is my wife.
Yeah, cause I was gonna call her right now, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so,
now it's on the
item number
record.
1, at our last board meeting, as far as the field ordinance goes and the land clearing ordinance, there were two things that were discussed. One was the board by motion reschedule those public hearings to a date, time, and place certain, which actually is November 21st, not November 17th. So just to clean up the record, I'm asking the board by motion to cancel that rescheduled meeting because your subsequent decision has been you're going to
Yes.
send that item over to your engineer to draft a policy for you to consider. So just board action requested is to cancel the 2 public hearings currently rescheduled to November 21st, 2023 on the field and clearing ordinances at, I believe it's 11:05.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The next item is not on my report, but Mr. Morone brought to my attention about the board's action to schedule a workshop to discuss golf carts and slow-speed vehicles on St. George Island. So I'm bringing that up off of my report. Does the board want me to schedule that for your next board meeting on November 21st at 5 p.m., some other date and time, or earlier on November?
Do we have anything scheduled for the beginning of December after that first meeting?
No, I can't think of any public hearing.
Because that other one's gonna be right before Thanksgiving, and I would just rather do it at the beginning of the month if it's possible.
Yeah.
That's actually a good idea.
Not to push it that far out, just wanna wait till the second meeting in January, because then the second meeting in December is right before Christmas.
Yeah, that's true.
And everybody travels
Yeah.
between, I don't want them to say we did it when we knew they were traveling.
Mr. Chairman, do we have to do it on a Tuesday? I mean, I know, I don't want
No.
anybody to have to take time out of their other schedule, but
Yeah,
I'm
no, not
okay with
necessarily, but,
a day other than
yeah, not
Tuesday.
necessarily, but,
Come up with a date.
yeah.
We'll be-
Okay, then we'll discuss it at a future meeting, I guess it'd be fine, because
Okay,
we can't, I mean, you know what I mean, it's gonna be hard to come up with a date right now.
Okay,
We don't
cool.
have to do it
It's
at
just
the
a
meeting
thought.
though, do we?
I mean, we can do whatever you
For him
want.
to be able to advertise it, we did.
Well, I know that, but what I'm saying is you can have it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. you
It's not
know.
gonna be on Wednesday, I'm not gonna be there.
It's church day,
Oh, yeah, I know that.
but Thursday.
But maybe a Thursday
Yeah,
afternoon.
that's fine. The only reason that I've ever suggested Tuesdays is because Tuesday's usually a bus for me anyway.
People are,
I'm already doing county business on Tuesday, you know what I mean? But I'm fine with any day,
yeah,
but if we're gonna start answering those questions, Commissioner, you're the one with the tightest schedule, so we need to know when you're available.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thursdays, I'm available pretty much every Thursday.
Okay.
I just didn't know if you wanted to delay it that long. That was my thing. I didn't
As
know
long
that
as
you'd be
we
residents
have
contacting
time,
you and.
as long as we have time to do what changes need to be made before we start having summer
Okay,
season
well,
next
there should
year,
be plenty of time. then.
I'm
Oh,
good.
okay.
Yeah.
But it does need to
I
be,
thought-
I wanted to have that workshop because I wanted to have people to have a chance to input to the board because they have issues with, and we were kind of blindsided by it. We didn't approve it, the state did. They put in state statute about low-speed vehicles, and low-speed vehicles, just a real brief thumbnail, if the speed limit on the road is 35, they can be on any road. And to make it a step further, even if the speed limit was 45, now they can go on any road for 1.5 miles. We don't have the way to police that. And I'm certainly not gonna, I don't think everybody that lives on the island is good with turning every road into a golf cart road. So we're gonna have to look at, and that's why we need public input, not just from the public, from the business owners, those who've rented the carts, A lot of them are not following the ordinance as far as the number of carts they're renting. So there's a lot of moving parts. I just want to do it early enough, there's time to get it all done before March. That's all.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason why I asked if we, another day, I didn't know if there was a time sensitive for you when you're getting calls from all these constituents. You want to try to
Nah.
get it done as quickly as possible. That's why I asked that.
I mean, I would rather do it in December if we could do it, but it'd probably have to be earlier, not later. That way, at least we have time to start drafting something up and getting it ready for the first of the year to start.
So the first meeting in December.
If that's fine, or it can be that week, it can be the Thursday of that week, that first, you know what I mean? The Thursday after the first meeting, if Commissioner Ward said
That would be
Thursdays are good for her.
December 7th.
Yeah, that's the Thursday?
I'm
Is the
double
7th?
checking, but that's what, yeah, December 7th is the first Thursday after your first meeting in December on the 5th.
Commissioner,
Okay, and
you-
that'll be before Thursday, 8, 9, okay. That's when the season rolls back.
Yeah, and on December 5th, the only public hearing I have right now is the capital improvement plan, but that's at 10 o'clock during the
Well,
meeting.
this is a workshop.
This is a workshop.
So,
Yes.
so we want this at 5, right?
Yes.
I'm okay with either day, Tuesday
So did-
or
Okay.
I mean, if you're
Thursday.
Let's do it that Tuesday then.
Okay.
We're already doing stuff that day.
December 5th at 5.
Might as
Yep.
well.
That way it doesn't interfere with hunting, it doesn't interfere with work schedules, and everybody's here doing the county's business.
And Mike, you're gonna advertise?
If you would like me to, I sure would.
I mean, we really do county business every day if you really think about it.
Oh, I know, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Even on Sundays.
A
That's right,
dedicated
that's
day,
right. Even on
yes.
Saturdays and Sundays.
Anyway, okay, so do we need a motion to do that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. We have moved, because of failure for it to be advertised, the workshop for golf carts and the golf cart ordinance on St. George Island to December 5th at 5 o'clock. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, so the next item on my report, we can skip. I have, that's the Department of Health's request for county assistance with an apparent rodent infestation over in the Lanark Village area. Subsequent to writing my report, I did have a phone conference with the Department of Health attorney, Mr. Matthew DeLeo, late yesterday afternoon. And there was, how did he put it? There was some miscommunication, misunderstanding within the department, because what was communicated to your staff was a request for county assistance on enforcement. According to Mr. DeLeo, no, all he told his staff was he wanted to know if the county had any like programs or resources that the department could refer the property owner to assist with the rodent infestation. To my knowledge, we don't have any such, but he said he was not requesting legal assistance. So unless the board has any other instructions for me, I'm going to move on to item number 3. Okay, hearing none. Item number 3 is the counter proposal from the current owner of the old Gulf State Bank building in East Point. They have sent a counter offer requesting that the county purchase the property for $895,000. I'm looking for that. Just 1 second, because I didn't put it at the back of the report. I put it at the front. Okay, they're proposing in their counter offer that the purchase price is $895,000, closing to take place on or before November 17th. There's that date again. And that the buyer accepts the property in its as-is condition. Seller is not obligated to make any repairs. They signed and sent that to me around 3 o'clock, 3:30 last, looks like Friday, November the 2nd. We have discussed previously in other board meetings the results of the inspections, and the board is already aware of the different, like the termites and the AC and the electric and some of the things that the board would have to be confronted with. So how does the board want to respond to the counter proposal? As last time, you can either accept it as offered, you can reject it as offered, or you can make a further counter proposal.
Mr. Chairman, what was that, and I remember, because I think I seconded Commissioner Amoson's motion, what was it 8, what did we counter offer them, 845?
I believe it was
870.
870?
I believe it was 870.
Okay. So he's, working with us. And I've gotten a lot of concern from the community, well, it's termites, blah, 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 but I mean, I understand that we can remediate that or mediate that, but, I mean, I'm okay. I mean, now within the sunshine, I don't know what my other board members, except for one, how she feels, because she spoke about it before on the record, but, I mean, I think, I was under my thing was if we can get it under $1 million, I think that's a good deal, personally. Because we're running out of options.
Yep.
And every building that we get could have this potential same problems that this one has. That's just my thought.
Well, it's, is it a perfect situation? No, it's not. But it's like buying a used car. When you're buying a building that's been used before, it's not gonna be like buying something brand new. Now, the caveat between all this is, and I would like to just remind the public, the reason the board started talking about this issue was what we're really trying to fix is the need that we have for our supervisor elections to be in a building that the AC works, that the roof don't leak, that they're not having, I mean, there's a whole list of issues, and I'll stop there because I don't want to make it sound like the sky is falling, but that's what started this conversation, trying to find somewhere to keep the supervisor in Apalachicola and get her into a place that's suitable for her office, for the residents that are doing early voting, that are handling their business with registration to vote. All those things are of supreme importance, and that goes without explanation. So we started looking at Apalachicola first, could not find anything. This is what we have found, whether it goes through or not, that's to be determined. But I'm fine with it, and here's the reason I'm fine with it. Even if we tried to build somewhere else, you're not gonna build it for this, and you're gonna wait 2 years to have it. So either which way, that's my take on it.
As you mentioned, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're good.
As you mentioned, we all know how hard land is to come by. And we tried to purchase a piece up in my district off CC Lynn Road, and it didn't work out. So, we have all these variables, and I agree, it would take way too long and cost way more money than to build something. I feel like this building would be suitable for future growth, and I think that's what we're looking at.
Yes.
And by no means am I, this isn't moving the supervisor of elections to this building. This is to move it to this building. And our building, planning and zoning services here, moved to East Point to this building, which I think would be better for some of the contractors that need to come to the building department or the planning zoning office. I mean, I've been trying to play this around in my head, and these are all the things, I make a pros and cons list when I'm trying to make a big decision, such as buying a car.
Yes.
Or anything, and to me, the pros outweigh the cons on this, in my opinion. So I'm okay with moving forward with this, as long as the rest of the board is, and whatever y'all think. I don't think this is a motion needed or anything, is it? Or just,
Yes, this would require, because right now, let me back up a little bit on the procedure. The original contract that the board signed had a price range between $950,000 and $1,170,000. The average of the two appraisals that came in below that price range threshold. They came in at an average of $905,000, which meant there is no contract.
Right.
In order for there to be a contract, we are now engaging in further negotiations with the seller, and of course you as the buyer, to come up with a price and other terms that are acceptable to both parties. You're now faced with a counteroffer, which I've already explained to you, and then your option is by motion of the board to either accept that counteroffer as it's presented, reject it as presented, or to make another counteroffer for them to consider.
Mr. Chairman, now the question is, since we said at the last meeting, 870, do we reject this offer and do another offer for keep firm with that 870? Or do you think he's me personally, I don't think he's gonna budge off of this price, but I guess it's worth a shot. It's like a gambling, they're not Vegas.
If you counter and he says no, you can always go back to this. I mean, it's not.
Yep.
the end of
Well,
the world.
let me make clear. If there's a rejection of the counteroffer, it's dead.
Oh,
And he either accepts your counteroffer, you can't come back to it, in other words.
So he can't come back.
If you accept this, then you're under contract. If you reject it, the counter offer is
Dead in the water.
And if you make a counter offer and he doesn't accept it, and he doesn't make you another counter offer, then you can't buy the property. Let's make sure we're very clear on that.
Is that a government thing?
That changes things.
I'm sorry?
I said, is that like a government? I mean, that's the rules of government?
That's just the
When
rules
you're
of contract
purchasing?
interpretation.
All right.
But
Yeah, but I
they've
mean-
got an offer now that is good and standing, and if you accept it, then they must close the property. If you reject it and make another counter offer, if they accept the counter offer, you're back under contract. If they reject your counter and don't come back to you, you have no enforceable contract. You can't breathe, you can't resuscitate this offer once you've rejected it.
Pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion that we accept it. I'm about like Commissioner Ward on that. I really don't think they're gonna come back any cheaper than where they are. But I mean, you gotta realize I've done a lot of, I've asked a lot of questions. With regards to, supervisor of elections, right now we're paying, what, $30,000 a year
Yes.
in rent? Over how many years? I mean, there's a lot of variables you gotta take into consideration. I know there were some, people opposed, in the audience when this was brought up. And also I know Commissioner Sanders, I think she's leaning more towards the termite issue, but I mean, I don't think to echo what you said, Mr. Chairman, I don't think you would build for this, anywhere near this, because you gotta figure infrastructure. Infrastructure alone is probably gonna accumulate half of that, not counting the construction cost. I mean, we're looking at bids on hospitals, and there's just no way you're gonna build a building sufficient to do what we need to do for this cost at all, nowhere near this cost. And as far as the termite treatment goes, we have dealt with it in the past with the armory. And with that, I think $20,712 come out of TDC funding to, I don't know if that was to help the tenant or what. I didn't really go into that. But, and we also pay the ongoing, hold on, I got it right here.
Y'all just buy it. Y'all just buy it. Don't keep
Well, I mean,
on,
I'm not-
don't
Well,
keep
you made a
on,
motion for it.
yeah, but don't keep on beating a dead horse. Y'all know how I'm gonna vote. I'm not
Well, I know
gonna vote
that,
for
but
it.
there's people listening that's
Yeah.
gotta understand why I'm voting the way I'm voting, and so I'm
Well,
justifying.
y'all said that in the past though, and I agree with you. You got your opportunity to do that. And just if y'all feel like it's the best thing for the people of Franklin County, vote for it. If you don't vote for it.
Well, I
You
am,
know
but
what
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying?
explain to my constituents why I'm spending
But,
$895,000.
Well, you know where I get off on? I get off on that if it might have been a little bit easier had we been notified at the very beginning that there had been termites in the building. The termites is not the point of it. That's not the point of it at all. The thing about it is there is not an emergency on this. Heather Riley, the supervisor of elections, cannot move anywhere, according to staff, until after the next election, which is 2024. My thing is, I said, isn't there somewhere else that we could buy or build or something like that? Jennifer Daniels just said she has is gonna have excess office space for Fonda or any of them. Same thing can happen. But this is, one thing that I've said, is no ill feelings toward nobody on this board, is how Cheryl feels that I need to represent the people of the county, and that I do not believe buying this building is the best use of Franklin County tax-paying dollars. Period. Period. And that's all it is. No reflection on you, no reflection on nobody. It's how I feel. And just to sit up here, just keep on trying to justify, there's no justification. It's how you feel, Otis. It's how you feel, Ricky. And it's how you feel, Jessica. That's
Yeah,
it.
I
No,
understand,
no.
but what I'm trying to explain is I've got people to
Yeah,
answer to.
but it sounds
So
like
I had to tell them
it
why
sounds
I'm
like,
doing this.
yeah, but it sounds like you're trying to justify it, and you don't. This is the best, and that's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes we march to a different drum, you know what I mean? And that's it.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but Commissioner, it's no different. Now, at the last meeting when we talked about this, you talked for several minutes, and nobody tried to correct you
I know.
about taking care of the people's money and looking after the people.
Oh, I know.
None of the rest of us said, well, we're trying to look out for the people too, but you make it sound like we're not.
I know
I mean,
you're not.
we didn't do that.
I know.
So, I
I
mean, if any of us, and we've served on this board for a long time, but if you're wanting to relay to your residents and your constituents how you feel and why you're voting about something, it's not up
Yeah,
to me.
and I
It's
apologize.
not up to me to tell
I
you not to do that.
You're fine.
You know what I mean?
But I want y'all to know, I want y'all to know that if I vote against this, or if y'all vote for that, it's not gonna hurt our relationship as a
not at all.
board.
Oh, no.
That's what I was trying to
No,
bring
no,
out.
no, I understand. I'm just, what I was saying is.
But it was
I-
like, everything, you wanted to, and I'm saying,
No. If you took it that way, I
let's-
apologize, but
If-
I'm trying to tell those folks
Yeah.
why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I'm gonna get some phone calls from a couple of them that doesn't like the idea of it, but I've had this discussion numerous times with them on
Well-
how I feel, the way I feel about it.
And I've always been the type of commissioner that I've always took the brunt for whatever my decisions was and whatever this board's decisions was.
Sure.
Because
Part of
that's what, we do it as a
Part of
board.
it. Part
We
of
don't
it.
do it as an individual commissioner, we do it as a board. But it's no disrespect shown to anybody on here, it's just, I just feel strong about it. And that's the way it is. And, I mean, once this old girl makes a plan up, it's kind of hard to
good.
get away from it.
You're good.
But that's why I said it's no disrespect to nobody, and I understand why. But don't y'all think don't y'all think at all that hurts my feelings for y'all to do that. This ain't about feelings. This is about what's right for the people.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will say, I've learned, you cannot make everybody happy.
That's
You
right.
cannot
That's
pacify
right.
everybody, and there's a decision that you're gonna make that's, make 10 people happy, and you're gonna make a decision that's gonna make 20 people mad, and then 20 people mad's gonna be the one, complaining and talking about it, but, I feel like, as Commissioner Amison said, did you make the motion,
Yes,
Commissioner
you did.
Amison?
I did.
I'll make the second to accept this offer, because again, I agree with everything everybody said, so.
Okay. Any more discussion before we vote? We do have a motion to accept this counteroffer for $8.95 from Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion, Commissioner? All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
I oppose.
It passes 3-1.
All right, Commissioners, again, being that 17th date, I told, that's my memory, I told Candace that the next board meeting was the 17th. That's why she put that in her, I'm focused on my, I'm sorry.
You're just trying to get all kinds of brownie
I'm
points.
not.
That's what-
I'm
that's
not.
what it
Oh,
is.
she won't, she
His
never watches
anniversary.
these anymore, they're not on TV.
Well, I
But,
knew when he told me it's 17th yesterday, I knew, what's the 17th? Cause
Wedding anniversary.
I know that's
So,
what it is.
Anyway, I've just messaged Candace to see if we can maybe try and massage the closing date to go until after our next board meeting. But just in case we can't get that worked out, as a belt and suspender, will the board authorize Aaron to issue a manual check if we have to close on the 17th?
We need to do it by vote, right?
Yeah, it has to be motion and vote,
Right.
authorize the annual check, just in case I can't get Candace to agree
That's
to
fine.
push I don't really think it'll be a problem pushing
Right.
beyond the 21st, but just in case.
Does that require a special meeting or just motion? of
No,
the board now?
motion to be able to cut it, to have the
Cut
ability to cut that manual check if she needs.
Do we need to make,
Generate the pay voucher and then, actually put Maxwell's office would.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that would be by
We just need a motion to be able to do that.
Yes,
do we need to take public comment since this wasn't on the agenda, or,
yes, I guess.
Well, it
mean,
it actually has to do with
formality.
the action we just took, though.
is
It
it?
does.
Okay, then
Yeah.
I'll make that motion then.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
I oppose.
That passes 3-1.
All right, the next item is, a request for the board to consider scheduling a public hearing on, a request to abandon the entire 30-foot wide alley / Gun Street on Block 3 East, St. George Island, Gulf Beaches, Unit 1, submitted by a Mr. Patrick Sparks. I had discussed this with Commissioner Sanders, and I know she had some questions about this and was wondering, she would like for the board to table this, bring it back at the next meeting. So how does the board want me, because you want additional information about the abandonment? You okay?
No, that was the 12 lots down there, what I was
Oh,
talking
the
to you
12 lots,
about.
okay, my mistake, all right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm good with at least moving forward to have this public hearing to find out about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So
Because it's just a public hearing to
It
to
is.
talk
Just
about
to
it.
schedule a
It's
public
not
hearing.
saying
That's
he's
correct.
abandoning it. or
Right.
whatever.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ward. We have a second from Commissioner Amison to approve scheduling this public hearing on potential abandonment. Do we have any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
sorry
Go
about
ahead,
that, Commissioner Sanders. The
It's all
12
good.
lots that are being asked for to be sold. We have received at the tax collector's office and also through the clerk's office, someone that's wanting to purchase some lands that the county now owns and has a tax deed to. There's essentially the process, if the board were to approve it, is we would advertise twice a week in the local newspaper requesting the highest and best bid for these 12 lots. We would set the terms in the advertisement of what the potential purchase and sale terms would be. What we don't know at this point is how much the minimum bid should be. I have spoken with the property appraiser and she's willing to help us come up with information to come up with the amount of the minimum bid. So does the board want to move forward with this discussion or table it? Because as Commissioner Sanders said, she wants more additional information on
I'd
that.
like additional information. too.
I'd agree. I totally agree. Because I looked at this the other day and I looked it up on the property appraiser's, sorry, Mr. Chairman, website.
Okay.
And it's split and it's almost like, it's confusing. I know that it's almost like they want to basically buy the whole block is what it looks like to me, which
Yeah,
concerns
that
me.
is.
It concerns me a little bit. And I'd like additional information too. So,
I'll make a motion to table it till we get some additional information.
Yeah, make a motion to table.
I'll second.
Awesome.
All right, so-
Okay, and if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, let me make a statement. When I looked down, it concerned me because it's off of Fifth Street and Avenue I, and that was about those tax deeds.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
right in that, you know, the.
That's
So
exactly what it
same
is.
pieces of
And I'm
property.
saying,
Yep.
that don't make no sense. And then on the bottom it says, if we can purchase this land or something to the effect, we'll grow
Yeah,
vegetables
yeah.
and fruit and stuff, and I'm saying, huh? I'm saying, I don't understand.
Get some pine
Any-
trees.
Any chance for affordable housing?
Well,
in
if
any
you
of
have,
those
you have to
lots?
have property to put affordable housing somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
And if
that
they're
was a
wanting to buy
chance.
this up, then and they
That'll
buy it,
eliminate
then
that.
that leaves us
Yeah.
out of the
Yeah.
mix. I didn't like it. I looked it up online and I
We
looked
just
up
need some
the name of the
information.
company online. I'm like, there's something
Well,
fishy
there's
about
two
that.
names, there's that,
Okay.
well, there's
So-
two names that.
Anyway, we're tabling it.
We did have a motion to table from Commissioner
And I-
Anderson and a second from Commissioner
Yes,
Ward.
yes.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last item is just an information item about meeting with Duke Energy on potential land swap. So unless y'all have any questions for me on that, awesome, I'm done.
That's a even swap.
That's the nature of the discussion at this point is, there would be no boot, no cash, just a straight swap.
And personally, I think that would be stupid of us to not take that offer.
that's
Because
a
you're looking
great
at
offer.
5 acres of land versus something that's got like a tower on it that you
That
can't
we're
do
never
anything with
gonna use.
anyway, personally.
Yeah. Yes. Attorney Schuler.
Aaron got all excited, he's like,
Is
wait.
that affordable or workforce? Be careful.
Actually, it's becoming attainable is gonna be the key word.
That's a key word
What
there.
you can actually attain.
Attainable.
But anyway,
Commissioners, I just looked at the check register and I do see where there's a missing check actually for MKM Quality Construction, and they were the ones that just put the new roof on at the old annex location in Carabel. So we were, looking at their good work earlier, and then
We didn't pay them?
So we need to
yeah.
add-
So if we could
we
get
need to
approval
add
to
that
issue
today.
a manual check.
okay.
If you're gonna do that, can we do it for the, dredge company too, if you happen to do
Oh.
manual checks, can we?
Yeah, I mean,
You okay with
that makes sense, yeah.
Add both of them together?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll motion.
Yeah.
Second.
My apologies, yeah, yeah, they were looking for their check, and I was like, yeah, it's over there, and then I just looked at the register like, oh my gosh.
So it's MKM?
Yes,
And
MKM Quality
then the dredge
Construction.
contractor.
Yes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
You gonna handle that? Or you got that?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Attorney Schuler, I know we've had this discussion several times. I brought it up several times. Still looking to talk and have a public discussion about what this board can do to have either some kind of business registration or business license in the county.
Yes, I have actually got a partial draft sitting on my desk at
Okay.
this point. So.
Okay, good. Sounds good. Anyone else have anything for Attorney Schuler?
I think that's a good sign.
All right. Any commissioner comments today?
I will say this, I'm gonna be going to the conference next week, so if y'all have anything y'all want me to share with, people in Tampa, just let me know.
Yes, I'll probably be getting in touch with you since I'm not able to go because of work. But, thank you, Commissioner, for doing that.
There's a Caribbean restaurant, I'm just playing.
Hey, I'm all about restaurants. That's what I like to do. That's what I look at when I go to, out of town, is like, where can I go eat?
Yeah.
And my husband's not gonna be with me, so it's not like, well, I don't wanna go there. I can make my own decision where I want to
That's
go.
what I'm
Mr.
talking
Chairman, I do have one thing.
Yes.
I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention. I don't know if y'all are aware or not, but our fellow commissioner out of Jefferson County, Mr. Stephen Walker, got killed in a bad car accident 2 weeks ago. And, yeah, and it was right there at the Spring Creek, 98
Waconia.
intersection.
Yeah, Waconia.
And I guess I'll have to be looking for another commissioner there.
Yes.
But he was a good fellow. I've known him for a very long time.
Yeah.
And
He
he was
served-
a good fella, and he represented the Wassissa area
Yes.
down there on District 5. He was a good guy.
Hey, well, he served on the Regional Planning Council for 10 years. So he was there before I ever got there, and he was at the meeting the Thursday before he passed away. You know what I mean?
I know.
I told somebody yesterday I'd announce this to the public. So the benefit Franklin's Toy Project that they do every year, I don't know what they call it, but it's like it's a motorcycle ride is basically what they do. They are doing their event this year on November 18th, which is a Saturday. They're gonna start over at Fathom Steam Room in Raw Bar and Carabel, leave at noon, and they're driving over toward Appalachian, having lunch here at Half Shell Dockside. They're doing $20 donations or equivalent toys, and I'll have some of these posted at the CarQuest location, and they're posting them all over. If you have anybody wants to know about it or wants to be a part of it, I'm sure they'd love to have you. It's a great thing, and they've done this for 14 years in a row. Also remember that Veterans Day is coming up. It's on a Saturday, so the school's gonna be doing their event on Friday, the 10th at 9:30. The St. George Island Lighthouse is doing theirs on the 11th at 10 o'clock, I believe. And they're also having something to remember those who have given everything, so we can enjoy what we're doing today. And those are good things that are coming up.
Well, Commissioner Amison is a veteran.
Yes.
So thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support.
Yep. Any other commissioner comments today? All right, meeting adjourned.